comes Nicky Katzberg from the lead in Corvette. That's spot on time for him as well, I think. Where's it gone? Yeah, 29. That's at the end of his 30th lap, but there was a couple at the beginning of that stint that were behind the safety car, just over an hour. So yeah, I'm quite happy with that. Can you remember the last time that a driver led a class in two different cars? Earl's leading in the 912, has led in the 912. And Chris Humphries said, "I'm not being silly. I must have missed the announcement that he's driving both cars." That was, Chris, just basically down to the fact that they were running out of Porsche Works drivers. Remember, they brought Neil Janney in, who is not normally a GT driver. He is normally a prototype, or has been in the past a prototype driver, but has been doing some GT work for Porsche. But Earl doing double duty, or duty across both of the teams, but of course had to, as Shay said, abide by the regulations for drive time, maximum drive time 4 in any 6, and that was planned by Porsche GT North America. But the one I can't answer, Shay, and I'm not sure, I'll put it out there at IMSA Radio, when was the last time a driver led the class in two different cars? I remember. Go on.
I can tell you the last time a driver stood on the podium in two different cars in the same class, and that was here at Sebring International Raceway in 2012 or 13. No, it would have been 12, when Jonathan Somerton was driving both of the factory BMWs with Team RLL, and he finished first and third, I want to say, in that race.
And I can tell you that I saw Bill Oberlin lead for BMW in two different classes. We're back in the first time I came to the States, 1997, 98 for Petit Le Mans, and he led in a GT car and in a prototype at WeatherTech Raceway Road, WeatherTech Raceway as it is now, Laguna Seca. But I don't think he finished either of those, but he did lead two classes. I couldn't tell you. It might have happened when you've been swapping people around. Should just point out, by the way, to Chris Humphries and everybody else, this is not COVID related that Earl's doing double duty. It's just that we've had WEC this weekend, so Matthew Jaminet, who would normally have been involved as one of the endurance drivers here, he was on duty. We've got all the usual WEC drivers also busy doing that as well, and there's a 1,000-kilometre race at Paul Ricard in the south of France at Le Castellet tomorrow for the end of the season in the SRO European Championship as well. So it is basically just a very busy week. Fixture congestion is the way to put it, I think. And Porsche battling at the moment down at turn 7. Actually not, because that number 4 Tom Milner car, although he's back in line on the timing screen with all the other GT Le Mans cars, he is still 4 laps away from actually having a battle. Now, keeping an eye on all that is going on out on the circuit as the light begins to fade. Hello to Justin Henderson, 3 generation of his family watching Sebring and listening to us here on IMSA Radio. This is what it's all about. Sebring is still Sebring even in November, and Corvette shirts as well there. Grandad, dad and grandson there in the Henderson household. Brilliant stuff, Justin. Thank you for sending us that. It's great that we've been able to bring you this racing, and well done to IMSA for getting it on this year. Little slice of normality in the madness that has been 2020. Under 5 hours to go now, and now 6 seconds at the front of the field. Bourdais seems to have weathered the storm at the front of the field. Ollie Plat been putting some good times in and just took half a second the last couple of laps, Jeremy, out of the lead of Bourdais. But the two Mazdas at the moment seem to be ploughing their own furrows. 14 seconds between them, and the best of them 6 seconds away from the leader.
Yeah, and it's interesting how they've sort of, the fortunes have kind of ebbed and flowed between those two, because one sometimes it's 55 ahead of number 77, sometimes it's the other way around. Now it's in the favour of number 77 car by 14 seconds, which is pretty about as much as has been separated by pretty much all the way through this race. And in fact, Olivier Pla has been pulling away from Jonathan Bomarito, because the gap was about 7 seconds, maybe 15 laps ago after the pit stop. So we'll be getting ready now. I would expect to see the leaders back into the pits, probably the 55 car, I imagine probably be the first one in, either this time or next time.
Out goes the delayed number 4 Corvette. Tom Milner brought it in. Goes through the RFID chips at the end of the pit lane and rejoins into the pit lane for the number 48. That is the Lamborghini of Paul Miller Racing. Are you happy with that? Is that on time? Let me scroll down into the green at the bottom. There's only 16 laps that time, so that's only 35 minutes, so that was a bit early.
But this time it's planned. They're trying to go for the Michelin Endurance Cup yet again.
Oh, yes,
Single
of course.
stint for Madison Snow, and now they're handing over to Brian Sellers. 50 minutes until the points are awarded. They only need to be in the top 3 to clinch it. And they have close to an hour worth of a fuel tank. So they're hoping that the pit cycle will work out for them this time. But that was planned. Into the pit lane also came Jonathan Bomarito in the 55 Mazda. And Jonathan has been dealing with this long brake pedal that the whole team has been contending with the entirety of the race so far. But when I asked Harry Tinknell about it, he said, yeah, Ryan talked about it on the radio. Jonathan's talked about it on the radio. Both have said it's terminal, and yet we're still out there. So, hey, keep going, 55 Mazda. Keep going. Harry Tinknell now behind the wheel.
Bump drafting down through Big Bend and into turn 7. The 25 BMW on the rear bumper of Nick Tandy as they battle for second place, and he's there again. Jinks to the right hand side, gets the nose of the red BMW ahead, but he's on the wrong side as they turn through turn number 10, and just ahead of them is the lead car in class, Jesse Krohn, the other BMW, the black one, and the big red BMW M6 moving around behind. Beautiful looking sunset this evening off to the west of Sebring International Raceway as the infield lights now come on, but they're not shining on the track. Very few lit portions, and when this gets dark here, it gets very dark. Still about just over 15 minutes to official sunset, but it's getting into the gloaming at the very least here. We're on the Ullman Straight with first, second and third. Tandy goes early to the left-hand side, and then a huge move down the inside by the BMW. That was an awesome manoeuvre. Drifted across to the left and had Tandy cover, and then swapped through to the inside. And a big bounce in the middle of the corner from the BMW, which I think has held on as they go to the door. Tandy's gone back through into turn 1 as there was a prototype in the pit lane, which I'll get to in a moment with Shea. Thank you. We'll get to that in a moment as this battle rages on. Tristan Vautier already been put into the number 5 car, so Seabass out and Vautier in. New set of tyres there as well. That means Ollie Clark will lead for Mazda. So the 55 must have pitted as well there, Shea, did it?
Yes, it did. That was Jonathan Bomarito brought it in, and Harry Tinknell took it back out.
Thank you, Shea. Cracking battle. Really nice manoeuvre from Conor De Filippi. Went to the left, jinked to the right, gets into turn 17 ahead. Oh, he might have got a little bump and run there from the man who started his career on short ovals, Nick Tandy, and then got up the inside at the exit of turn 17 and reclaimed the place. I have a feeling this is not over yet, Jeremy Shaw, between these two. And Conor De Filippi goes round the outside through the Honda behind Benz. That's not an overtaking manoeuvre, unless somebody's got a problem. But Nick Tandy doesn't have a problem. Well, actually he does. The problem is that Connor De Phillippi's just driven round the outside when he wasn't expecting it. Filippi really making his intentions felt. Little flash the headlights from Nick Tandy. I think that's as much to say, aye, righto. I was enjoying that as well. That was amazing. Two cracking overtaking manoeuvres by Connor De Phillippi. One very good one by Nick Tandy, but that leaves Tandy down to third from second and Connor De Phillippi up to second. It's a BMW 1-2 in GT Le Mans.
Great stuff. Just tremendous driving going on out there at the moment, isn't it? It's so exciting. And pit stops there for the top two cars, top three cars in the last couple of laps. The number 77 car led a couple of laps there. Tristan Nunez is now going to take over from Olivier Pla. The number 31 car also into the pits. I think that's Felipe Nasser taking over from David Chavez. No, sorry, he was already in the last one, so he just stays in. Yeah, stays in. So that's in the meantime, number 5 car has been handed over to Loke. So French tag team, and we'll have to see where they come through next time round. So he's back up to speed now on the pit lane.
Mazda ahead of the recovering number 7. That's what confused me there. So Nunez and Nasser out of the pit lane for Mazda and Whelan, 77 and 31. Jesse Cron leads in GT Le Mans from Connor De Phillippi's teammate from Porsche. GTD, Pat Long is back in front for Wright Motorsports. From in second, Alessandro Balzan for Ferrari and Scuderia Corsa, the 63 car. Then Lawson Aschenbach, the Riley 74 Mercedes, back up into third ahead of Roman De Angelis in fourth, 10 seconds further back. Nice, like it. Looking good. Headlights on. Headlights beginning to have an effect, Jeremy. You can just see that the light is beginning to drop when we look at our monitors. Such as the technology of the cameras nowadays, it actually looks a little bit brighter than it actually is. A little bit earlier on, Alan Prosser was asking about the legality of running with only one tail light, which is the Mustang sampling number 5, actually going down into the hairpin at turn 7. Is missing its left rear tail lights. Shea Adam has the answer.
Sorry, I didn't type it back to you, Alan, but it's kind of a long explanation. If you start the race with 2 functioning headlights and 2 functioning taillights, and some damage occurs on track to one or the other, you may continue without needing to repair that. If there's damage that happens to both taillights or both headlights, then you have to come into the pit lane to fix it. But the number 5, for example, the Mustang sampling Cadillac, which is running with only its right rear taillight functioning, that's perfectly legal.
You're running a bit of a risk though, Shea, aren't you, at that point? Because if you get a dink on the back end, or a bit of rubber gets thrown up from the rear wheels, or it just stops working, you would have to come in immediately. Whereas as it stands at the moment, they could replace that whole tail section when they've got a pit stop going anyway, or if there was another full course caution. But if that other light goes out, then they have to come in immediately, and that could be an additional pit stop which would cost them dearly.
Correct, and as it is right now, they're leading the race. If, for example, I don't know, it's Sebring, it's bumpy, if a wire came loose and that taillight stops working, you have to pit from the lead of the race. No excuses, no ifs and or buts.
It's a reason why a number of GT cars have multiple lights within the light units. And so if you, I mean, you don't blow bulbs nowadays, they're all pretty much LEDs. But if you get a broken lamp unit and it takes out part of it, the rest will still work. And that's very smart indeed. Lighting has changed so much in the last few years. And anybody that thinks that the LED headlights are a bit of a gimmick on road cars. Well, I can tell you on race cars, having driven cars with very efficient normal filament bulbs, with halogen bulbs, with projector headlights on darkened race tracks, and then you turn the LEDs on. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Absolutely, literally day and night. Literally day and night. So, just a few moments ago, new second place for Connor De Phillippi. It was a cracking overtaking manoeuvre in GTLM as he went into turn 17. There was a little bit of contact from Nick Tandy right in the middle of the corner that bumped them both offline. Tandy able to tighten the Porsche through. I didn't see that being looked at, so I'm pretty certain that that's not going to attract any attention from race control. But subsequently on the next lap around, Connor De Phillippi went round the outside anyway. And managed to regain the position. So just moving down towards, what have we got to go? 4 hours and 40 minutes, Jeremy. And looking forward to this run to the flag. What do we reckon? At least a couple of hours more darkness, I think, than we would have had normally. Actually, hold that thought as we go to Shea Adam, who's got a guest for us in this VP Racing Pit and Paddock report. Shea, who've you got?
Hello, Christina Nielsen. I'm so sorry that you're not out on track right now and all of this fun GTV battling, but as a former Sebring 12-hour winner, how much fun is it to sit back and watch all this going on, just with even popcorn?
Hey guys, it's great to talk to you. Yeah, I mean, of course, as a driver, I want to be driving, but it's a lot of good battles going on at the moment. I mean, with all the yellows all the time crunching up the field, I mean, it's good action, definitely. I'm enjoying this one, I have to say.
How hard is it to sit back and watch this track, knowing that it's kind of different from any other time that you've been on it since we're in winter?
Yeah, it's kind of strange. It's getting cold here. Normally, you know, it's been a busy year and you want to relax, but right now, I'm ready to get going. So it would be really cool to, to get some opportunities for 2020, and we're working on it. And yeah, I mean, right now my last memory of sitting in a race car was one that was burning. So I would like to change that. With that being my last memory of being in a race car in himself.
How is 2021 looking for you? And does it look like you might be back with the girl team again? Really enjoy you and Kat racing together.
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing about this is that Catherine and I have really been, getting super close, working on this together. So, we're exploring what options that are out there, always open for new ones. And, nothing I can share right now, but I'll put it's still in the works.
So, good chance you'll be back at Sebring next March? Please say yes.
I would very much like to say yes. My heart is saying yes. My head, the logic is saying, I don't want to jinx anything, but I'm definitely crossing fingers. It would be great to be back with you guys.
Christina, it's Hindhoff here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Great to hear your voice, and thanks for adding to our audience numbers. How difficult is it to make any plans even now for 2021 with travel restrictions changing seemingly weekly or monthly? Is it difficult for you to look at getting on a transatlantic plane, or do you have to look more towards Europe potentially for your racing?
I mean, am I in a race car? I'm happy, but my favorite place is definitely IMSA. I love all the American circuits. I love the American atmosphere. Tracks like Sebring you don't come across everywhere. And I think, you're watching drivers right now that are coming in from Europe, and I think one of the main reasons is because IMSA have done such a good job taking care of us and making sure that, we can go racing.
In terms of racing profile, we know going motor racing takes money for teams, for drivers, everybody, it's difficult. I mean, is it going to be even more difficult in 2021 to get potential corporate sponsors and people interested in going, because everybody's having to look at their budgets?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's never been easy with the racing part, but you know, because it is an expensive sport, and right now the future is uncertain. But I also think that, you know, the companies have now had the year to navigate through this new landscape. It's still work in the progress, but I think companies are further ahead, and I think everyone would like to plan for the future. Just because if we stop doing that, then, you know, what fun is left?
Well, I'm not going to disagree with that. It's Diwali this weekend, which is the festival of light and of hope, and I'm taking a lot from that at the moment. Looking at the battles in the field, Christina, particularly in GT Daytona, you know quite a lot of these drivers, you know all the teams as well. We've got Pat Long leading for Wright at the moment, ahead of Riley of Scuderia Corsa. Your old mate Balzan in third position, Hartner Racing, Hardpoint. All of these teams know how to win. Now, I think I know where your heart would be on this, but where's your head? Where do you think this race is going? Who do you think's got the advantage, if indeed there is an advantage right now?
I mean, I will say, you know, I've both been with the Ferrari and the Porsche. I think both cars come alive when the sun goes down, and I think especially the Porsche does that. We used to always say, you know, you just got to let it come to you and survive the first basically 7 hours or 8 hours of the race. And I think they're going to be really strong. But if I'm choosing any team out of the whole bunch, I think I would be kind of cheering for the DTLM guys, the Porsche guys, just because, you know, it's their final race. And I think it's sad to see them go. And if they could finish out on a high note, I think that would be really special.
Gonna miss the sound of that flat six screaming away around the circuit, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, very much. But luckily, they're still going to be present in GTD, and you know, I think that's really important. And I think what they're doing with the Cup cars and getting the Carrera Cup, I think that's creating a really nice ladder that's also benefiting IMSA and the American race market.
Yeah, Carrera Cup North America next year. That's a big step forward on the Michelin's, the new 992 Cup car. You know Carrera Cup racing very, very well indeed. It puts the American Series on the same footing as everywhere else in the world, and the young drivers that go forward to the shootout will have been racing on the same tyres as everybody else for the preceding season. That's a very important step forward.
Yeah, 100% agree, but I also think, I mean, my first season in America was racing in the Carrera Cup Challenge. It gave me an opportunity to get to know the championship, to get to know the tracks, while I was doing only the long races as well. And I think, you know, that combination of getting ready and not only having a ladder within Porsche that they're building themselves, but also building a ladder within IMSA and the different categories that are available. Because I do think the Cup car is not an easy car to drive, and I think it's a nice preparation tool for preparing yourself to go into something like GTD in the future.
Christina, it's great to hear your voice. I miss having a morning chat with my coffee with you in Marion's when we're at the racetrack. Will you give our very, very best to the family and please take care of yourself, won't you?
I will do. I can't hug any of you guys, and even if I was there, I couldn't, so I'm sending virtual hugs. Thank you so much for guys for having me.
Thanks, Christina.
Christina Nielsen joining us live here on IMSA Radio. IMSA champion, of course, in former years, and we'd really like to see her back racing. Sounded in good form there, Jeremy Shaw. Christina Nielsen, what a career she's had in the IMSA GT classes.
Yeah, indeed, she did sound good, didn't she? It's super enthusiastic there, and great interview. That was really fun to hear from Christina, and nice of her to take the trouble to call in. But you know, we certainly hope to see her back again, and Catherine too. There was a bit of news on Catherine late this week, wasn't there? She put out a couple of messages on the social media saying the recovery is going really, really well. She said she could probably have been fit enough to drive here if it was. You know, if it had been in the cards, but you know, she's building towards next year, as is Christina. We hope to see both of those two back in 2021.
Yes, they built a good relationship, and of course, what she was talking about there in terms of the last time she was at IMSA was at Daytona in a flaming GT car, and that I can understand her not wanting that to be the last memory. I would like that to be a memory full stop, Jeremy, to be honest.
No, indeed, no, that would be something she would look back upon fondly. It's always good to have all sorts of different experiences in race cars, but that is certainly not one of them.
No, that one you can miss. I've only once had an engine fire in a race car that I was driving. I could see it coming out the bonnet in front of me in an Aston Martin. Managed to get it blown out, thank goodness, but it's not a pleasant feeling. And I have to say, Christina did a cracking job with that car when it did burst into flames on the high banks. 4.5 hours to go. This is IMSA Radio, Sebring International Raceway live. The annual Mobile One 12 Hours of Sebring, 68th time this great race has been run. Shea Adam, our VP Racing Fuel pit and paddock reporter, with Jeremy Shaw and me, John Hindhoff, in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Let's go back down to Shea, and we were watching the 31 pit stop times. Philippe Nasser in the Whelen Engineering Cadillac at the moment in 5th position, 28 seconds off the lead. Shea, what have you been able to glean from your contacts in the pit paddock?
Well, many thanks to Chris Mitchum, who's got a million things on his plate, but he still takes the time to write me back, so I really do appreciate that. The slow pit stop, when everyone else jumped them in the pit stop, it was a slightly botched driver change that threw them off a little bit, but more importantly, they needed to take more fuel than everyone else, so we did get that right. Yay, victory dance over here.
I'm doing the dance.
Don't do the dad dance. Don't do dad dancing. You'll hurt yourself. Dad dancing does hurt kids, by the way. But as far as that car is concerned, it's Pipo and Felipe to the end of this race. So, yeah,
got that
they're
bit
not
right.
going to be in 5th for long.
Okay, well, you got that bit right, so you can do the victory dance for that one. Oh, brilliant stuff then. And thanks again to all the teams for passing that information. We've had to find new ways of working this year, particularly with Shea and our VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock reports. Well done to everybody for passing it through. Chris Humphreys thanks Porsche for an endurance fan this weekend. Both fun and super busy. Yeah, they're running out of drivers. Absolutely brilliant stuff already. Spot on 4.5 hours to go, Jeremy. So we're getting down towards the last third of this race. The colours are deepening in the sky, and now this is when you want your car to start to perform.
Indeed so, and the number 5 car with first of all Sebastian Bourdais and more recently Tristan Vautier really doing a good job. Last time around for Vautier, a 148.7. He's another guy who doesn't have particularly fond memories of this place, of course, either, does he? Because he crashed the Spirit of Daytona Cup pretty heavily coming off turn 17 many years, quite a few years ago now. But he's put that all behind him, and he's the lead between the Tristan Vautier and Tristan Nunez in number 77 car, staying pretty constant, around about 8 seconds, give or take. But both of those two edging away from Simon Pagenaud in 3rd position in car number 6. Then the gap back to Harry Tincknell is staying pretty constant, around about 10 seconds at the moment, back to number 55 car, and number 31 of Felipe Nasser has been closing the gap to Harry Tincknell. It's now only a second and a half between those two. Number 85 car has just been into the pits, and Scott Andrews has handed over that car to Stephen Simpson.
Love this time of night at Sebring. Sunset at Sebring, oh, so evocative. Hello to Sarah Rigby, who enjoyed that Christina Nielsen interview as well. 99.1 FM around the circuit, Sirius 202, XM 217, RS2 around the world, and in sound and vision, of course, for those of you outside the US. Another pit stop at the front of the field. Renger van der Zande has passed the Konica Minolta Cadillac back to his teammate Ryan Briscoe. They are only now 2 laps, Jeremy, ahead of the car that they were just 2 points behind coming into the championship. It's been a good run from the Acura, but their problems earlier on with that intercooler, they've actually made back 4 laps on the leader, and unfortunately, it hasn't fallen quite that way for the number 10 car, and they actually have not been able to make back any of the 5 laps that they dropped when they had that incident with the 77 car.
No, and yeah, the main reason for that is they haven't really been. I think it's been in full course caution since that incident. Perhaps no, have they? So they
certainly haven't been in the right place in their pit stop cycle to take the best of it. It's certainly that, yeah.
Yeah. So the gap between those two, as you say, is staying right there and is likely to remain so until something else happens. Yeah. And that's certainly going to put the ball into the court of the number 31 car if they can pull off a victory. You know, it's still anybody's game in this championship, no question about it. Yeah. Right now, it's not. It would still go.
Yeah, we've still got the 7 car right now, wouldn't it?
Number 7 car, yeah, by a single point, I think.
They've said all the way through these IMSA seasons that the odd point here and there can make such a big difference. The 7 car into the pits for its reciprocal pit stop to the one that number 10 Cadillac just made, so they'll go back to 8 laps off the lead. But of course we're waiting for Tristan Vautier to make his next stop as well. He's got he's about 2/3 of the way through, just less than that. His fuel burn, 12 laps out of somewhere near 20 is what the prototypes get, round about just under 40 minutes out on the circuit. Tristan Nunez in second place in the 77 Mazda. He's 11 laps into his run. It'll be Simon Pagenaud who pits first out of the top 3, the number 6 Acura. He's 18 laps. In fact, he's about to complete his 19th lap. Harry Tinknell in the 55 Mazda. 2 Mazdas got really split up there in that last run. As you said, Jeremy, they were pretty much together. And then the 77 seemed to get the advantage. Harry Tinknell's been out. This is his 14th lap out the pits. Felipe Nasr now already been out 11 laps in the 31 car. This is coming to the end of his 12th. So that's what, 20 minutes or thereabouts. So that's how the fuel is at the front of the field. And with 4 and a bit hours to go, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility that once we get for the teams, and just harking back again, Jeremy, to our Porsche keys to the race, we're 25 minutes away from another chunk of points in the Michelin Endurance Cup. Once that's out of the way, and in fact probably factoring into the calculations now for all the teams, is grab your points for that, but also you're looking already to the end of the race, because that's what these teams are doing nowadays. engines will like that. They'll really like it. The air is fat, as the old drag racing guys would have said. Third place for Harry Tinknell. Second and third for Mazda. Last time that the Multimatic team, run team, will feed 2 cars, going down to 1 entry for next year, with Harry and Ollie Pla, the 2 substantive drivers. Yet to hear who the
Jarvis.
Sorry, I said Ollie Pla, didn't I? Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Jeremy. Ollie Jarvis and Harry Tinknell, the 2 Brits. And have we heard who the endurance drivers to be added to that is yet? Oh, it is Bomb, J-Bomb, is it? Thank you, Shay.
Yep.
From stage left there, thank you. Still be a formidable driver pairing there, as third place car, Mazda of Harry Tinknell, just elbows his way past Lawson Aschenbach, second in GT Daytona at turn number 3 there.
Doing a really good job is Lawson Aschenbach. He set fastest lap in a couple of last 4 races, I think, in GT Daytona, in that Riley Motorsports Mercedes. Car's quick, and he got past the number 63 car of Alessandro Balzan about 10 laps ago now, probably, and he's pulled away quite substantially over Balzan. He put 12 seconds between them, and is now only 5 seconds behind Patrick Long in the lead of the class in GT Daytona.
Jeremy Shaw is with me, John Hindhaugh, in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Quick reminder that on the Haggerty community pages on Monday coming, 1 o'clock Eastern, that's 6 o'clock in the UK, another episode, or edition should I say, of the 25th hour, the Haggerty 25th hour. Started this earlier on in the year on the Monday after Le Mans, and had a stellar lineup. Alex Brundle and Zach Brown from United Autosport, David King, man who runs the Aston Martin racing programme, and Brendan Hartley literally arrived back home a few minutes before we got him on the air. Didn't even get a chance to say hello to his partner. Sat down and took us through what had been going on, including giving us a bit of an exclusive on the Toyota hypercar that he'd been sitting in. The car has been testing, by the way, in relative secret at locations in Europe. They've had a few little teaser images of the car. We've not seen anything substantive from that yet. Well, on Monday we're back with a Haggerty 25th hour post Sebring and post the end of the WEC season, which ended earlier on today, or later on today in their time over in Bahrain at the circuit, Sakhir circuit. 8-hour race to finish the season, and we'll have some guests for you from the various championships for an hour's worth of chat in sound and vision. And that is Monday, 1 o'clock Eastern, that's 6 o'clock Pacific. Perfect for your lunch, sorry, 6 o'clock UK, perfect for your lunch break if you're on the Eastern time zone. Join us for that, and we'd like your questions as well. You can submit that via the video link, that'd be great. Just enough amount of cloud this evening to get a really interesting sunset over turn 17. Jeremy, you mentioned it's only, what, 10-15 minutes since official sunset, but the parts of the track that aren't facing east are facing west rather, very dark already. But the view down from Ray Venzel Jr. rooftop race camera at turn 1, underneath the Mobil 1 bridge and down to 17, absolutely stunning tonight. Beautiful colours in the sky.
Yeah, it is cool, isn't it? It's just a great place. There's so much. I mean, in the heat of summer, it can't be. It's sometimes not a lot of fun with the heat and humidity down here, but it looks gorgeous. I mean, the pictures we have now are absolutely stunning, and it's so much fun to be driving a car this time of the evening on a challenging track like this. And particularly, there's some great competition all the way up and down the field. We're seeing some fast lap times. Tommy Milner has just turned the best lap in number 4 at Corvette, but it's still, what, 5 or 6 laps down after the problem they had earlier on, but still, you know, the car's running strongly, and most of the cars are. The race lead, lapping consistently in the 48s, is Tristan Vautier at the lead of this race, and the gap from first to second has gone out a little bit now. It was around about 7 to 8 seconds, been about 9 or 10 the last few, but again, not much change at all. The only real change is that Harry Ticknell is definitely slipping back in third position and coming under that increasing pressure from the Wheeling Cadillac on which we ride right now.
And great to know that there are spectators at Sebring International Raceway as well, but nowhere near what we would have expected for the March race, and we all know why that can't happen. And hello particularly to Steph Neff, who's been there all weekend. I think was there on as early as Wednesday, and she's had a wander round to the back of the circuit, and she's tweeted at IMSA Radio and said, I've never been all the way around the back of the track, and it's wow, the cars sound like fireworks when they downshift. Fireworks for the soul, she says. Steph, that's mega. Glad you're enjoying it. Safe home in the Dodge on the way back. And thanks for your support as well for IMSA Radio, and indeed all of our audience wherever you are around the world or around the circuit. Great to know that you've enjoyed this season of IMSA. It has been a cracker, hasn't it? We've added some very interesting events. How about that wet race at Charlotte for the GTs on the Charlotte Roval? I wasn't sure what we would get from that, but thoroughly enjoyed that. Jeremy and I really enjoyed talking about that one. And the other surprise for me, Jeremy, in some ways a surprise, the shorter races at both Daytona on July the 4th and then later in that month here at Sebring. We know the tracks, we know the kinds, what we expect in the longer races, but they actually work really well on the shorter formats as well, and I thoroughly enjoyed both of those races.
Yeah, I agree. It's been a strange season, but it's been a great season. All the races have been great. It ended up being a really, really good race at Charlotte, despite the weather, and despite the sort of dire predictions about that track being, you know, like a street circuit kind of gone wrong. It raced really well.
I agree.
And it was a really exciting evening. You know, a short race, but really, really good one. So, you know, just again, hats off. We talked about it several times already today, but hats off to IMSA for coming up with such a heavily revamped, but very successful schedule for everybody involved.
There's something about, and I think it's IMSA and a number of other series have done it as well, necessity being the mother of invention, and never has that been more true than this year in 2020, in all kinds of walks of life, sport included and motorsport included, and I think for the greater part, motorsport's come out of this very well indeed, with, as I was saying, how it's responded originally to all of the issues of the pandemic, how it's helped out in the community, but also getting back to business and doing it in a way that has been safe. We heard Christina Nielsen talking about, you know, IMSA making sure that the drivers and teams were all well looked after and safe, and doing that in a safe and responsible way, and also coming up with some new tracks, some new formats, etc. It's been a real eye-opener for me this year, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's worked so hard. John Doonan said it right. Just recently, he had a sort of State of the Union update which he sent out to people, and you know, so many people have contributed to make this season not only possible but also successful as well. And you know, we can't thank them enough for, you know, bringing, at least for us, some sense of normality to what has been a very abnormal year.
We've just had the leader into the pit lane, Mustang sampling, Tristan Vautier. Shea Adam, our VP Racing Fuel pit reporter, has this.
He's only been on track for 38 minutes, so Tristan Vautier will be staying aboard the number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac. And it looks like fuel and tires for them, as well as a drinks bottle change for Tristan. Now, I did talk to a couple of drivers in about the last 30 minutes who have said, with the sun going down, the temperature is getting better. It was brutal earlier on in the day, but it's still not good yet. It's still not like normal Sebring, because this humidity and this temperature doesn't go away in Florida during the wet season. And normally we race here in the dry season.
Yeah.
And yes, Florida does not experience fall, spring, whatever you guys imagine as normal summers or as normal seasons. We only have the wet and the dry seasons. This is the first time the 12 hours has been held in the wet season.
Yeah, you have hot and wet.
Yes, correct.
That's it. Hot and hotter and wetter. Yes, all right. Okay, Jeremy. It was a job for you in meteorology. There's no doubt about that at all. Yeah, still got that cloud over to the western side of the Sebring International Raceway. But as yet, we've had a few sprinkles, but nothing really to write home about. Certainly nothing that has affected the racing. In fact, I think at the time it was Simon Pagenaud, or maybe it was Sebastian Bourdais.
Yeah, it was.
It was Bourdais. He just got quicker when there was a few specks of rain about, which would have been getting onto the windshield of the car, no doubt. I didn't see any wipers going, but it didn't slow him down at all. In fact, he put his fastest lap of the race in.
He did, yeah. And then once the rain had, quote unquote, rain had gone away, he went faster and faster again. He did three more best laps in that car over the course of the next 10 laps. I mean, that car's been absolutely flying, as we see the number 55 car
from third
into the pits.
That's the Mazda. Harry Tinknell bringing that one in as Tristan Vautier leaves. And also in from the lead of GTD, this is significant, Wright Motorsports, Patrick Long with 9 minutes to go before the next tranche of points to be handed out in the Michelin Endurance Cup. So watch out for the 48 starting to climb up now as the people around them pitch. Yeah, Adam.
We've got the 16 of Wright Motorsport into the pit lane. Patrick Long and Jan Halen expected to take this car to the checkered flag. And also Andy Lally in for the Magnus Racing number 44. He and Spencer Pompelli will be handling the driving duties from here on out. Jan Halen took over from Patrick Long, so that was a driver change for the Wright Motorsport Porsche, as well as fuel and tires. Connor DiFilippi in from the lead of GCLM as well. This is the red BMW. I would be expecting Colton Herta to take over for a single here at this stage of the race, and then Bruno Spengler and then Connor DiFilippi to get back in to take it to the end. And also we've had Harry Tinknell in the 55 Mazda. Came in, got some fuel, got some new tires, and went back out.
He did, Shay, and that was a 21-lap stint from Harry Tinknell.
That's good.
So that might explain why he was kind of losing a little bit of ground to the number 6 car that he was kind of chasing on the road. Just again, just trying to get a bit better fuel consumption, take on a little bit less fuel at the pit stops or whatever it might be, but just building towards the end of the race. I think both Mazdas are looking strong. We didn't see, did we, the pace of the Mazdas through practice or qualifying?
No, not at all.
But they certainly seem to be right there in the thick of it during this race.
A significant event has occurred. The first spotting this year of the LED lit palm trees on the infield. Safe Phil has spotted it and nicked it. All is right with the world when that is true. I couldn't answer the question earlier on as to whether that group were here, but on one of the long shot, Phil over in the UK has spotted it, and it's just been retweeted on IMSA Radio. It's little things that just give a sense of normality about 2020 that you can say, yes, the guys with the illuminated palm trees have made it to Sebring. It just makes it all feel sort of right, doesn't it? 7 hours to go before we move into the last third of this race. Let's give you a quick update of what's been going on before we give you the rundown at the end of this hour here on WWOJ 99.1 FM, Sirius 202, XM 217, and of course around the world on IMSA Radio, which is channel RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels. and on IMSA.tv, where the sound and vision is perfectly married together for those of you watching outside of the US. If you're here and you want to, in the US and you want to watch, then it's NBCSN with Lee Diffie leading the commentary team. And good to see Brian Till and the rest of the guys working as well this weekend. They're all based up in Charlotte watching the TV pictures. And thanks to all of our TV colleagues as well down through this difficult season, been passing information backwards and forwards. So just tell you that we've got the leading 2 cars in the pit lane, Tristan Younes and Felipe Nasser, as they have come in. So Shay, you take those at the moment, and then I'll do the update and the resume of what's been going on.
We have no driver change down at Whelen Engineering. Felipe Nasser staying aboard for yet another stint. And I would expect the same out of Tristan Younes, who's only been in that Mazda for 42 minutes before he came into the pit lane. Fuel and tires for the Cadillac, and they are not adding any fluid this time around, so no panic, no cause for concern. The fuel is the last part of the stop that they're waiting on, and away goes Felipe Nasser, and I haven't yet, no, Mazda's already gone and clear. Tristan Younes had a better stop with his 77 Mazda boys.
Wow, that's very interesting, very interesting.
Well, no, I mean, the 77 car came in significantly ahead of the number 31 car. It was about 17 seconds ahead before they came into the pits. He'd been, the 31 car had been kind of trapped behind number 55.
Oh yes, that's right, of course. That was the different Mazda. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Understood. Just seeing the LED palm trees again. I'm a very happy person. Very happy indeed. We came into this weekend with the championship finally poised for the last race of the 2020 season here at the Formula 1 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Advance Auto Parts. The number 7 Acura with a 2-point advantage over the number 10 crew in the Konica Minolta Cadillac, and 7 points further back the number 31 Cadillac crew from Whelen Engineering Racing. So, fairly simple set of calculations. It basically was who finished ahead of those three was going to be in the best position for the championship, but then you just had to make sure there was enough points between them to make sure that there was going to be no swapping around. Well, the first thing that went wrong with those calculations was that the number 7 Acura team Penske had a problem with an intercooler on the left-hand side of the engine, which necessitated quite a big rebuild. Actually, the turbo had to come off. The guys were working really hard, and they dropped a little over 20 minutes, 11 laps. They've managed to make back remarkably 4 of those 11 laps in the race so far. They're still 7 laps off the lead in DPI and sit 8th in class. So then the advantage swung to the number 10 Konica Minolta team. Remember, they were just 2 points behind when they came in this weekend, and that was all going very nicely until out of turn 10 the Mazda, driven by Ollie Jarvis, dived down the inside of Scott Dixon and punctured the right rear tyre. The subsequent damage from the tyre flailing around did some quite significant damage underneath the wheel well and in front of the right rear wheel, including having to replace a radiator. Lucky the car didn't do more damage, and the car didn't overheat too badly. Those guys turned that car around so quickly. They only lost 5 laps, and they are still sitting 5 laps away from the lead. That gave the advantage, such as it was, to the number 31 Whelen Engineering Racing Cadillac. The red and white car always knew that they had to win the race to be in with any chance, and then other people had to have woes. Well, that's how it was in the first half of the race, and they did get to the front of the field. They currently sit in 4th position with Felipe Nasser behind the wheel, and Pipo Derani still to come. Those 2 drivers will take it to the end of the race. They are their most experienced and their quickest drivers in that car, and they've saved some time, so they will be able to go at the end. Even as it stands, nothing less than a win for that car will do. Right now, with the number 7 Alexander Rossi-driven Acura sitting in 8th position in class. The number 10, Ryan Briscoe-driven Cadillac from Konica Minolta in 7th. And the number 31, Felipe Nasr Whelen Cadillac in 4th. Then by a point, the Acura Team Penske, number 7, will win the overall championship. We're about 90 seconds away from awarding more points in the Michelin Endurance Cup, which we'll give you the details of in the next hour of racing. But for now, it's Tristan Vautier that leads for Mustang Sampling. The number 5 car is 4 seconds ahead of the number 77 Mazda of Tristan Nunez, and then Simon Pagenaud is another 11 seconds further back. In GT Le Mans, Corvette, Porsche, BMW, Porsche, Corvette. The story in that class is that the number 4 has had its problems. The Corvette racing car dropped some fluid on the track, which caused a 4-car accident in the GTD category, right at the front of the GTD field. The top 4 all involved in that, and the 2 Lexus, both really being hobbled. One hasn't even come back to race. The other 2 cars involved were the Wright Motorsports Porsche and the number 30 Team Hardpoint Audi. Those 2 cars at the moment running 6th and 7th. In the GTD, as it stands at the moment, Scuderia Corsa lead with Alessandro Balzan leading for Ferrari in the middle of a pit stop cycle at the moment that will see I think Brian Sellers in the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini cycle through to, at worst, 3rd position. But no, I think it's going to be 2nd position when they come around, when the other teams pit. And that should be enough to give them the win in the Michelin Endurance Cup in GTD. That's how it stands as we move into the last quarter of the race. There's 4 hours to go at the 68th annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, and the next hour of racing starts right now. It's pretty much full darkness now as we move into the last hours of the race here at Sebring. 2020 season has just under 4 hours to run in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. John Hindhaugh and Jeremy Shaw in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre with Shea Adams, our VP Racing Fuel Pit and Paddock Reporter. Let's pick up with Shea straight away. We're in the middle of a set of pit stops in both LMP2 and, more importantly, Shea, in GT Daytona.
And it has been quite frantic at this point in time. Alessandro Balzan pitted the 63 Scuderia Corsa Ferrari before crossing the start-finish line after the 4-hour mark. Hands over to Jeff Westphal. Lawson Oshbach stayed aboard the 74 Riley Technology Mercedes. Jan Halen is now piloting the 16 Wright Motorsport Porsche. We've got Joey Hand in the Heinrich Racing 57 Acura. Robbie Foley stayed again for another stint on the Turner Motorsport BMW. Andrew Davis is now piloting the 30 Hardpoint Audi. We've got Super Mario in the 86 Acura for MSR. Darren Turner, just for you, Sarah Rigby, in the Aston Martin for Heart of Racing. Spencer Pompelli in the 44 Magnus Racing Lamborghini. And in GTLM, a very sizable change. Earl Bamber got out of the 912 Porsche and handed over to Larry.
Thank you, Shea, for that VP Racing Fuel Pit update. So the 8-hour points have been awarded, Jeremy Shaw, unofficially in the Michelin Endurance.
We have to keep it, excuse me, John, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
We have to keep it unofficial at this stage because I'm not sure, honestly, whether the 8-hour mark came as the number 63 car came into the pits.
Right.
So, and on the previous lap, I think the number 48 car was shown in 4th position.
It was.
So we'll actually have to wait until the official results come out at the 8-hour mark, whether they went from 208 lap, and I'm afraid I wasn't able to kind of make that one out. It's all good up. The number 64 may get back to
and we don't get on the IMSA timing page hour by hour race results, do we?
Should.
I'm just. Oh no, hang on, there we are. Race.
They won't be up just yet. They'll be up very shortly.
Shea Adam has the answer. Shea, what do you got?
I went to the rule book and I went to attachment 6, which is in regards to the IMSA Michelin Endurance Cup. Points intervals. IMEC points are awarded based on the standings of each class at the specific intervals of the race. They are awarded, where did I just lose it from? IMEC points are awarded, stop staggering, based on the standings of the next completed lap of the overall race leader, followed by all subsequent cars after the design time interval. So it's at the completion of the lap after 4-hour mark.
Correct.
Right.
And that's what we don't know. Is it 208 or 209? That's the crucial thing. Because if it goes to 208, then the 63 car was ahead. If it was 209, then the 48 car was ahead.
Yeah.
That's the lap on which the car came in. But we'll just have to wait until that official report comes out.
Right.
Because that's how tight they was running there.
Yeah, exactly. No, absolutely. Absolutely right. I'm just skimming through to see if I can find that, and I don't think I can. It's not on the notice board. Right, thanks, Jeremy. I will leave you two to work that one out. And your brains are significantly bigger than mine. I have the simple job of looking at things and getting excited about them. That's all I do. Not much of a career, but you know. Down to turn number 7. Side-by-side action, plenty to get excited about there as Porsche number 912, Lawrence Vanteur and Tom Milner are side-by-side again. Actually, that was Jordan Taylor. Jordan Taylor on his outlap in the yellow car. Yeah, that's Jordan Taylor in the yellow car. Saw the headlights of a Corvette. So that means that after that pit stop from the lead for Jordan Taylor, he's dropped down behind the 2 Porsches. That put him down into 5th position. I haven't started, Jeremy, yet back timing that GT Le Mans category, because it's going to be very close as to how they are when we get to the end, because that has been changing pretty much every time there's a pit stop cycle, and it's going to be who is in the right place at the end. And what I mean by that is we've got Corvette number 3 having just made its pit stop after 30 laps. The Porsche number 912 with which it was racing, Lawrence Vanteur, has been out for 3 laps. Fred McAvicky in the 911 has been out for 13 laps. For the BMWs, Colton Herta has been out for 7, and Augusto Farfus has been out for 12. There's not as much deviation in the pit stop strategy in any other class. Whether that's strategy or that's just the way it's fallen, I'm not certain. But we could see something quite extraordinary at the end of the race in GT Le Mans. I would not bet against it, and my little brain hasn't worked that one out yet.
Oh, well, it's impossible to work it out, I think, because there's so many strategy cards can be played. It's remarkable. I mean, I wouldn't put money anywhere on any of the classes right now, quite frankly.
No.
There's certainly some cars that are looking really, really good at this stage, but so much can change. But it's certainly, it's got to be. I know I've said this before already, but it's certainly got to be super encouraging for the number 5 team to see that Mustang sampling car run so well during this race. Since it took the lead for the first time on lap 175, it's never really looked back, and the gaps come down since this last round of pit stops. Number 77 car, after the pit stops, having stayed out 3 laps longer, the gap has come down from sort of 8-9 seconds to less than 4. So we're certainly going to keep an eye on that. No change in the drivers. Tristan Voggi leads the race. Tristan Nunez is in 2nd place in car number 77, and now within 3.5 seconds, or just about 3.5 seconds back in the 2nd place. Simon Pagenaud slipping back a little bit still in 3rd place. That's 13 seconds further back. Then 5 second intervals to Lippert Nasser, who's been flying along, unsurprisingly. He's taking back the wheel of the number 31 car, and Harry Tickler is keeping pace with him, about 5 seconds behind. well. So intriguing race in DPI and in the other categories.
For those asking, by the way, the strategy in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre is moving into the last quarter rather of the race. It's time for another pot of Tregothnan Great British Tea, which will get me through to the end of the race. At the moment, I have not sat down during this race, and I try not to, but sometimes you can't help it. But I've literally been shuffling from foot to foot here at the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre since the drop of the green flag. I am finding this absolutely enthralling because of just the nature of this circuit. The sunset was 40 minutes ago. It's flat dark now, absolutely dark everywhere, and it's proper dark. This is a real challenge for the teams, and especially, Jeremy, for the drivers, keeping their concentration up. I mean, it's obvious when you're running into the darkness. You're coming into the darkness whilst you've already spent more than half the car in the race, so your concentration levels, your fitness levels, all coming into play. This is not like the Bathurst 12 hours where you start in the dark at Pasali and go into the daylight. You're coming into the toughest part of the race right now, as per our Porsche keys to the race. Be there in the dark. 4 hours of darkness in this race this year.
Yeah, it's really a cool time of year to hold this race, quite frankly. I mean, it's still good in March as well, but it has been absolutely superb. And just watching Tristan Nunez's lap time, he's turning some really good laps in that number 77 Mazda. The gap now between first and second is down to a couple of seconds. Remember, just before this round of pit stops, it was between 7 and 10. Now less than 2.5. So Tristan Nunez, another local driver, of course, from Boca Raton in Florida, just over on the east coast there, is clearly relishing in these conditions.
Well, some drivers don't like driving in the dark, and they'll do as little as possible. I love driving in the dark, whether it's in a street car, particularly in a racing car. Absolutely fantastic. If you are just joining us, we've still got plenty of racing to go, and a few fond farewells to be bid, including to Ollie Gavin, Wayne Estes and the team putting up a really nice banner on the crossover bridge, getting into the paddock to thank Ollie for the memories. His car's just gone underneath it with him driving it. He must have a little smile every time the tall fella goes underneath that. Meantime, into the pits, the delayed, but still, I think you'd still say championship favourite at this point, the number 7, if anybody can be a favourite, with the number 7 Acura in the pit lane. That was a new set of Michelin tyres. Shea, is that due a pit stop, a two-way driver change there?
No, that would be Alexander Rossi staying aboard for his second stint of that time. But it was fuel and tires for Alexander. It's a very bright black light inside that car. I know a lot of the drivers out at the track at night like a dimmer cockpit just with a few lights around. But no, for Alexander's white helmet, it's completely illuminated in the nighttime.
I remember talking many years ago now, it feels, probably was though, to Mark Webber when they were doing the testing down at Paul Ricard for the Porsche 919 hybrid. And one of the most important things for them to get right was to work on the illumination of the inside of the cockpit of that car, with so many dials and switches and bits and pieces. You had to, yeah, I mean, just unbelievable. And to be able to get that right, Jeremy, to identify them, but without losing your night vision, it's a real balancing act to do that.
It really is, absolutely right. There's so much to think about there. Look, I've just seen the official results at 8 hours, and indeed it was given out 210 laps, which puts the number 48, that was the lap on which the number 48 car came into the pits, and that is indeed classified as a leader at the 8-hour mark. So job done for car number 48. I'm sure a major sigh of relief there for Formula Racing. They've achieved their goal for the season. Hats off to them. The winners at Daytona, of course, the Rolex 24 at Daytona early in the year, and now they've clinched the Michelin Endurance Cup in GTD. Also in GLM, the class winner at the 8-hour mark, that was a great burnout, was the number 3 Corvette, but second place for number 24 car will tie up that crown for BMW Team RLL and Jesse Krohn and John Edwards.
So we can now unofficially say we think we've done the arithmetic correctly. We can call the Michelin Endurance Cup in DPI for the number 10 Konica Minolta Cadillac team, for the BMW number 24 team in GTLM, and for the Paul Miller Racing 48 Lamborghini in the GT Daytona. Congratulations to them. That's more silverware for them at the prize giving.
Subject, of course, to post-race tech.
Oh, yes.
We don't expecting anything to go wrong there.
And whilst you mentioned post-race tech, we will have our own post-race tech, Michelin post-race tech, final one of the 2020 season. It's brisk. It is very brisk indeed. Hashtag Michelin PRT if you want to ask a question, make a point. And if I just scroll across my tweet deck, oh yeah, very brisk indeed. Hashtag Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio, and we'll answer your questions or have a discussion. Try and get a few drivers on there as well at the end of the race on RS2 IMSA Radio. Darker than a very dark thing here on a dark night with no moon and with blackout curtains. That's how dark it is out at the bottom, which I like. I've got to say I like. There's a couple of lights shining on corners out on the far side of the circuit, but for the most part this is proper endurance racing at Sebring, and it has been for a very long time. The original home of the US Grand Prix and America's endurance heritage started here as well. Stop for the Acura number 6 Simon Pagenaud, and that was again 20 laps, so that's spot on for that car. That's exactly what it's been doing. And Simon Pagenaud did a double stint there, so he's out now, I presume. Shay, did you see?
Well, I would hope that he got out of the car after that double stint, but I did not see the driver's side door open.
No.
The driver ID still says
wow,
Simon Pagenaud.
triple for Pagenaud. He must be feeling good. He must be feeling good. His times have been excellent, in fairness, Jeremy. He's really been impressive, but it's sort of what we've come to expect from Simon, isn't it?
Oh yeah, lots of experience in sports cars, open wheel cars, you name it. Been part of this organisation now, Team Penske for several years. He's done exactly what was expected of him. Hasn't done anything silly, kept it clean, turned pretty good pace, and that's exactly what he was employed to do as a third driver alongside Juan Pablo Montoya and Dane Cameron. So yeah, job done, Simon Pagenaud. Yes, he has stayed on there, up there, so he's going to keep the other two fresh for the final stages of this race, that's for sure.
With still a little over 3 hours and 40 minutes still remaining. 6:30, pitch black at Sebring. Extraordinary. Do you know, I think if we've learned anything from this year, and let's hope that we have, it's been very nice to see, in some respects, the change in attitudes to people. Life has had to slow down a little bit. People doing things a lot more locally in terms of shopping and caring for the community. The other thing I think that we've learned, Jeremy and Shay, is that these big events transcend anything that's going on. They are big events because they're big events. Yes, we've talked in the past about day equity, and if it's somewhere around St Patrick's Day, it should be the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. But what we've seen this year is in extraordinary circumstances, you can move these big events and the atmosphere might change a little bit, but for the character of the event and how important they are to the sport which they represent, that just carries over and over the top of anything, Jeremy.
It does. You know, it's yes. Not really much to add to that. You summed it up perfectly, John. And it's just wonderful to be part of this atmosphere that we have right now. 911 Porsche. Just talk about LMP2, by the way. Scott Huffaker is at the wheel of the PR1 Matheson Motorsports car number 52. That still leads the LMP2 class in 7th position overall. 4 laps behind at this stage is the number 8 car, which is only about a lap ahead of number 38. Mikkel Jens, the Danish driver at the wheel of car number 8, the Tower Motorsport by Starworks entry. And then Guy Cosmo has taken the wheel most recently of the Performance Tech Motorsports car number 38. And you know, that battle is still ongoing between those 2 cars. The number 52 car has a pretty good lead, but as you know, not as convincing as might be.
It's Jeremy Shaw alongside me, John Hindorf, in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre for IMSA Radio around the circuit and Central Florida on WWOJ 99.1 FM. Further afield in North America, Sirius 202 XM217, IMSA.TV around the world, and of course on RS2 IMSA Radio, not just here, but for every hour of every day. There's always IMSA content, and as we come into a very short closed season, we'll be having our reviews of the IMSA Championship, including the Support Series, the Challenger Series, and quite shortly after that we'll have to think about our preview for the 2021 season. Calendar released for quite some time now, as is the way with IMSA Racing, and it's not all that long till the row before the 24. There'll be no open tyre test at Daytona in December, although teams are going to be allowed to do some private testing given the current conditions. But to be honest, we're talking rest of November, so a couple of weeks. December, we're talking about seven or 8 weeks away before we're at the Raw. Can that possibly be true? Am I getting that right? My brain is shooting. No, that is right, isn't it?
No, the Roar is the week before the Rolex next year.
Ah, that's right. It's pushed quite a long way back. Thank goodness. So, great. So great. It's 9 weeks. 9 weeks before the Raw, rather than 7 weeks. Is that right?
So much better.
Oh, phew. I thought it was just round the corner. Oh, I tell you, mate. Yeah, loads of time.
Incident at turn 17.
Say again, Shay. Incident at turn 17, full course yellow. You're absolutely right. Somebody's gone straight on. I can see tail lights in the tyre barriers. Full course yellow. This will be for the 8th time that we see the Corvette pace car. 2 hours and 12 minutes of green. Now, this is falling nicely for Mustang Sampling if they can stay out until the pits open, because they were due a pit stop anyway. It's the number 4 car. It's Ollie Gavin who spun within sight of the, thank you, Ollie, thanks for the memories, bridge. We've seen Corvettes in there down through the years. I remember Johnny O'Connell had a brake disc explode and went in there very hard. In fact, that was one of the reasons we have those tyre bundles now away from the edge of the circuit to arrest the cars and help with the issues of runoff down there. So it's not been a day to remember for the number 4 Corvette racing team. Remember, they had some fluid out of the back of that car, and well, it doesn't look too badly damaged. It was no, that was straight on, but Ollie was slowing it down, but it didn't want to slow down. That's very odd indeed. As he turns in, he gets a wiggle and a 360 and tags the barriers at relatively slow speed. The 360 and the Michelin tyres scrubbing across the concrete slowed it down. He's got a rear left failure on that car, on the suspension. I think that might have been what tipped him into the spin, Jeremy Shaw.
Well, yeah, certainly. Yeah, you wouldn't expect Oliver Gavin to go off there, particularly. You know, this is his last race. What a shame for him. It all went wrong earlier on for that number 4 car, with the problems they had in the pits. Lost several laps, and really a shame for Oliver Gavin. I mean, what a stalwart he has been. You know, nearly 20 years with Corvette racing. He's had more starts than anybody else for this team. You know, he's set just about every conceivable record, has Oliver Gavin, and he'll be missed for sure. He's just a great ambassador he's been for the team as well, and for the sport indeed. Record 202 starts for Corvette racing, 5 titles, 51 wins for Corvette. And it's just fantastic. He scored. It's such a shame for him. Back in July, he scored his most recent victory. That was his 49th win in North American sports car racing. So the other wins for Corvette, of course, came at Le Mans. But it's been a great career for Oliver Gavin. What a shame if it should finish here with an incident as well.
Yeah, just one off the half century as well. He needs to come back as the endurance driver at the Rolex next year.
Go.
Simple as that. It's the way it is, isn't it? It's going to have to happen. So 3.5 hours, a little over to go. And we are in our 7th intervention from the safety car Corvette. Ollie's out of the car, by the way, and looked somewhat ruefully at the left rear, as much as to say, that makes sense then, because I was sure I didn't do anything wrong. And I think we can say relatively positively there that he didn't. Pits have not yet opened, and Tristan Vautier, that car's been doing 20 laps stints quite regularly, that number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac. He'll complete his 19th lap next time around, but it will have been, that 19th lap will have been behind the safety car, so I think he should be all right. And Dave has just said, you've just mentioned the Raw before the 24 in 9 weeks. Don't forget, we'll be back for the 69th Sebring in 4 months. That's even more bizarre. You're not wrong there, Dave. You're not wrong. Yeah, it's the Masters this week as well, isn't it, at Augusta? And that's been pushed back through the year. And the next one, is in the spring of next year. And so again, that's 4.5, 5 months away, rather than the full 12 month. But such are the vagaries of 2020. Vautier leading, needing a pit stop, but under yellow flag at the moment. Tristan Nunez second. Mustang sampling Cadillac from Mazda Motorsports, from Whelen Engineering, 5:77 and 31. Then the second of the Mazdas, strongly in 4th position for the 55 of Harry Tinknell. Then Pagenaud. Then Stephen Simpson back up into 6th position for JDC Miller Motorsports, ahead of Ryan Briscoe. Still haven't, in fact, they've managed to drop a lap now, because they've got caught with the safety car and their pit stop rotation. They were only 5 laps down, there now 6 laps down for the Konica Minolta Cadillac team. And Alexander Rossi in the Acura Team Penske number 7, still leading the championship by a point, that team. And they are now 8 laps again off the lead. In LMP2, Mikkel Jensen now with Guy Cosmo. No, check that, sorry. Scott Huffaker is in the lead for PR1 Matheson on 234 laps, the 52 PR1 car lead. But second and third now are on the lead lap. The Tower Motorsport Performance Tech cars in 10th and 11th overall, back on the same laps. Yeah. GT Le Mans, BMW, 24 from 25. Jordan Taylor, champion-elect, the Corvette racing car, in third place. Then the 912 from the 911 Porsches, all still on the lead lap. And in GTD, it's going to take me a while to go through the lead lap cars, because there are 10 of them. Led at the moment by Riley Motorsports AMG GT3 Mercedes. That's the 74. Lawson Asher back at the wheel. Jan Halen back behind the wheel of the Wright Motorsports, the teal blue Porsche number 16. Then Mario Farnbacher in the 86 Mershank Racing Acura. That is the black and pink car. Andrew Davis is driving the Team Hardpoint Audi. That's a grey and white number 30. Jeff Westphal in the white with blue and red striped Ferrari 488 GT3, the 63 WeatherTech car. Joey Hand again behind the Heinrich Racing Acura NSX GT3 57. Spencer Pumpelly, GRT Magnus Lamborghini number 44 is 7th. Robbie Foley in the blue and white Turner Motorsport BMW M6 number 96 is in 8th. Paul Miller Racing in the red, white and black Lamborghini Huracan at the moment is Corey Lewis in the number 48, and Darren Turner in the dark blue Heart of Racing Team Aston Martin number 23 is in 10th, all still on the lead lap. And whilst the pass around is now being set in motion, that means the pits will open this time around for the prototypes, and Tristan Vautier will come into the pit lane and presumably lead most of them in, because he's done 20 laps. Nunez will have done 16, 17. Nasser will have done 17. Harry Tincknell needs fuel as well. He'll be going on to his 20th lap if he doesn't come in this time around. Simon Pagenaud might stay out here, and so might Steven Simpson. I'll be interested to see what those two do in the 6 and the 85. Shea Adam with his VP Racing Fuel pit report.
4 sets of headlights coming down the pit lane towards me to start this. They belong to Tristan Vautier, Tristan Nunez, Felipe Nasser, and Harry Tincknell, as now they're joined by Simon Pagenaud and Ryan Briscoe. So everybody came down the pit lane except for Steven Simpson. First, our leader, it was Tristan Vautier who brought the car in. He will be staying aboard for new Michelin tires and fuel for that car. Felipe Nasser, yes, should be staying aboard. Well, actually, he's done 2 hours, so it could be Pipo Derani, and indeed it is sliding into the 31 Whalen Engineering Cadillac. Fuel and tires for that car as well. Harry Tincknell has been in the Mazda for about an hour and a half. He could be getting out at this point and handing back over to Jonathan Bomarito for a single stint. Away goes the Whalen Cadillac. And did it get out ahead of the Mustang sampling one? Yes, it did. And it jumped the Mazda too. So a very good stop by the 31, which had longer stops previously, but all got it back in this one stop.
Meantime, the sorry sight of the number 4 Chevy C8R Corvette on the back of the flatbed, coming back to the paddock. Just under 3.5 hours to go. Not sure how this happens, but it always seems to work like this. And it seems like a moment or two ago there was 8.5 hours to go. And now, Shea, we're down to 3.5. And I honestly don't understand how long motor racers do that. And I've not moved from my spot in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre in front of all of our monitors. I've just found a monitor that I'm not using that's got nothing on at the moment, and that kind of worries me that I should have had something else on there.
Or did you have something else on there and it turned off accidentally, which would be even worse?
It has got one thing on it, but it's not something I need to look at. It just reminds me that I'm going to see and hear you, which is good. It tells me I'm still connected to you, which is all good. Where did those 5 hours? I mean, literally, I remember looking at the countdown clock on our monitors here in the Haggerty Global Broadcast and thinking, what, 8.5 hours? Wow, that first part of the race is gone, but that's still a long way to go. And then I've just looked up again, and 5 hours have passed in a heartbeat, what it seems to me. At IMSA Radio, if you'd like to get in touch. Getting late in Europe, if you're still following us, 15 minutes before midnight, Saturday night into Sunday morning in the UK, an hour later than that, of course, in Central Europe. Thanks for staying with us on a busy motorsport weekend. And I've got a feeling there's still something for this one to deliver for us. We'll get the GT cars coming in this time around. So Stephen Simpson stayed out, as did Scott Huffaker in the PR1 car, but he's lapsed down to the rest of the prototypes, but he's leading LMP2. Rossi stayed out, of course, to get another lap back, but Ryan Briscoe didn't, interestingly, even though he's only done 7 laps. Don't understand that one. When you're racing for a championship and you could have got back to worst of 4 laps back. But I'm not going to second guess Wayne Taylor. Farfus has done 23 laps at the head of the GT Le Mans field, so it's almost undoubted that he will lead in the GT LM field, and he does so. But I think, did I see one of the Porsches stay out? No, nope. I did not. But Andrew Davis has stayed out in the Hardpoint Audi in GTD. I'll keep an eye on that. You tell me what's going on with those who have stopped. Shea Adam.
Driver change first and foremost for the 74 Riley Technology Mercedes. Mark Miller getting in. Lawson Aschenbach is out. We have all of the GTLM cars in doing stops. It is the 24 BMW Gustav Farfus. I didn't see a driver change there, nor for the 25. So Colton Hurd is saying board fuel and tires for both of those cars. The remaining Corvette in the race is in Jordan Taylor. I would expect to stay aboard that car because he hasn't been in for too long. Lawrence Vaintor and Fred McVecchi should be the same story for both of them. Fuel and tires there as well. Jan Halen should stay aboard the 16 Wright Motorsport Porsche. Fuel and tires there is everybody already going back out of the pit lane. The shortest pit fuel time should have been the 48 of Corey Lewis, and indeed he is the second GTD car back out behind Jeff Westphal in the 63 Scuderia Corse Ferrari. So we have had a major shakeup in the GTD category as far as that's concerned. And long story short, Andrew Davis leads because he didn't pit, but he's been out for 38.5 minutes and will need to owe us a pit stop here soon.
Shea Adam with that VP Racing Fuel pit report. And yeah, there's a couple of choices there that I'd like to examine later. I'll take it under advisement though, because I'm not going to second guess anybody. So Andrew Davis for Team Hardpoint has been out for 16 laps, which is the same sort of number as the Meyershank Acura and Joey Hand in the Heinrich Racing Acura and Turner Motorsports BMW. So they're trying something else with 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. The other thing, and Jeremy, you can weigh in on this if you want to. Why didn't it might have been track position. The Koenigsegg Minolta Cadillac didn't stay out and go around to try and get a lap back, whereas the Acura Penske did, the 10 and the 7 car, respectively. So the 10 didn't get a lap back there, but the 7 did. And I don't know why, if you were the 10, you wouldn't want to try and get 1 lap back.
Yeah, that's strange, isn't it? I would have thought that they would have stayed out to try and get them. I mean, they were only in 5 or 6 laps before, so perhaps they thought they could come in, make a really quick stop and get out again. And they might have done. I haven't seen where they will come out on the racetrack because they were only in 5 laps earlier.
True.
The only other car
no,
behind.
You're spot on, Jeremy.
Yeah.
You're spot on. They've done that. They're ahead of the safety car.
Yeah.
So when they cross the line, which they will do any second now, they should go back to 4 laps behind, but they're travelling very slowly. So let me see, Briscoe. No, he's still showing us 5 laps back on the timing screen. Okay. He definitely did come into the pit lane. Definitely came into the pit lane.
Yes.
But as you say, it might have just been for a splash of fuel. So they might still get one of those laps back, the number 10. Could be important in the end if somebody has a stumble, because another place, if they get one more place ahead of the Acura Team Penske number 7, let's assume that they don't get better than 8th position. But at the moment, 7th isn't enough for the 10 to take the championship. But 6th would be.
And the number 6 car also did come into the pits despite having stopped only 4 or 5 laps ago. Again, the reason for that, it would be a very, very quick pit stop. They knew they had enough time to come in, just top it off with fuel, so they're still on the same strategy as everybody else, and beat them all out of the pits. So they are back in the lead of the race in car number 6. So some great strategies played out there. Number 85 car also stayed out. That will get back onto the lead lap. I would expect that once it's had the wave around to come in and make a pit stop. Possibly as well, they probably really don't need to. They're only in 6 or 7 laps before this caution period. Yeah, they are in right now. So that's on cue for that team.
Shea Adam is keeping an eye on everything that's going on there in the pit lane. Right, team, how are we feeling? Are we going to push on to the end now? 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. Lights are out on the safety car. Wherever you are in the world, RS2 IMSA ratio, live, free, no blocks or breaks. We've got sound and vision as well at radio-show.co.uk, not for those of you in the States because you've got NBC SN. You can also listen in the States, North America on Sirius 202 XM 217, and of course around Sebring and the Central Florida area, WWOJ 99.1 FM. Great to be back with our friends and colleagues there. Still doing a great job for that area of the world, and thank you so much for lending us your airwaves. Plus on the PA as well, thanks to Tyler Norling and the IMSA technical crew for making sure that we can be heard out there. Safety car lights are out and picking up the pace, coming onto the back straight right now. It looks like we'll be going green with about 3 hours and 19 minutes to go. So the 68th annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Advanced Auto Parts, is about to go to its 10th green flag, and they're coming through at a little before 7 o'clock in the evening here in Central Florida. And it is green, green, green. That's what the teams will be telling their drivers. And Simon Pagenaud then leads the field through and across the classic piece of concrete right in front of the pit lane. Durrani in second. Watch Pipo Durrani in that red and white number 31. He is such a quick starter. He's very good when the tyres aren't up to temperature and pressure, but so is Simon Pagenaud, and so is Ollie Jarvis. So those three at the front of the field, this could get quite fruity. In the classes, Fred Markovici for Porsche led away from Jordan Taylor, champions-elect in the number 3 Corvette. Then Lawrence Vanthoor and Colton Herter and Augusta Farfus following through behind. These opening laps so important to try and make up positions, and for Simon Pagenaud so important to try and break away just a little bit at the front of the field from Pipo Durrani. They're coming through turn 14, the lead is now a huge train, a snake of cars following through, and the 6 Acura has made the break, Jeremy. There's about a second, maybe a little more than that, between Pagenaud and Durrani as they come onto the back straight on the first lap after they were released from behind the Corvette pace car.
Yeah, and it's now, of course, completely fully dark. Has been for quite a while, hasn't it? But we're going to get some interesting action, I think, over these next few laps. It's going to be interesting to see, once nighttime has fallen here, is that going to alter the balance of any of these cars relative to their performance earlier in the race? That's something that's going to unfold now over this next portion of the race. But that was a good long period there of 2 hours and 13 minutes of green flag racing. See now how far we go from here with 3 hours and 15 minutes, 16 minutes remaining in this race.
In which time a huge amount of things could happen, and the drama could yet be ramped up to 11.
Yeah, I mean, in all the classes except LP2, the class lead has changed during this
Yeah, and this has been a very good restart for Simon Pagenaud in the Acura, as he's pulled out almost a second and a half now, and Jordan Taylor has got back. What's happened to Fred Makovecki? Fred Makovecki was leading a moment or two ago as he had a spin. He's now last in the class. Makovecki restarted in the lead in the 911, and Jordan Taylor now leads for Corvette. I said, strange things happen in the dark. He was 4 seconds off the pace last time around, Makovecki. And I may have been looking at another screen there, Jeremy, but we've definitely got a Corvette leading now.
Yeah, no, I had the order on that previous lap as they took the green, 911.3, 912, then the two BMWs, 25 and 24. Now it's number 3, then number 25, just that right up there with Colberta, then the number 912. So those two exchange positions, both of them ahead of number 24, and he's right, number 911, which are at the back of that straight, still right there. So I don't think he can have had a spin. I know it was enough to have a spin, but he clearly must have gone wide, been pushed wide, whatever, and lost some ground.
Yeah, and of course everybody's so close together after the restart, that cost you maybe not quite a lot of space on the track in terms of real estate, but 4 cars have got by him, and he now is running at the back of that GT Le Mans train as they come on to the start-finish line. Blue flags being waved there. Adam, what can you tell us?
I might have an answer for us on why Fred Makovecki lost a bunch of spaces, because the 912 Porsche of Lawrence Vantor is coming into the pit lane for a damage repair. There was contact on the restart.
No.
Now, were those two cars anywhere near each other? Because they ran into each other leaving the pit boxes at Sebring here in July.
Yeah, that's right. I've forgotten about that.
Corvette.
Sorry, say again, Jeremy?
They were separated. The Corvette was in between.
Correct.
911 and 912 at the restart.
And the Porsche has got some headlight and wing damage, the 912. That's why it's coming in right-hand side. That is... So there's definitely been contact. Now, that was the 912, which was running in 3rd position. Still running in 3rd position, but cars have gone by it. So, a bit like the front row of a scrum in rugby, you never really want to ask what's going on and find out what's going on down there between the props and the hookers. Out in the darkness on the far side of Sebring, strange things can happen when it's dark. Well, I'm sure Shea is already working on getting some information.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, of course. By the way, I forgot to I think I did mention this earlier on, but it bears mentioning again. Cracking work by Inter Europol to get that number 51 car back in after quite a big incident at turn 17. That car came back looking very, very pre-loved. And it's just the fact that Kubis Smakovsky's back in that car now, and he was in it when that incident happened. It's well down, of course, but that car's been running pretty cleanly now for quite a long time. That car's been back out, and as I say, I thought it was day done for Inter Europol, but they decided quite clearly that they wanted to get that car back out and turn some more laps. They're about 20 laps off the lead, 19 laps off the lead in class, and about 10 laps off making another 15 laps off making another position up. But that said, they are still running round. Great spirit of endurance shown by those guys coming over from Europe, of course. And confirming now, there was an incident with the 912. Shea Adam has this BP Racing Fuel pit report.
It was contact not with the sister car, whew, but with the Corvette. So Jeremy was right to say that those two were close together on track. They got a little bit too close together. They're still trying to figure out when to bring in the 912 to do that damage repair, though, because they don't want to lose too much track position. But as it is right now, Lawrence Vantor is one position away from being in the back of the class.
Yeah, and I mean, he won't, because the Ford Corvette is not running, of course. He won't drop all the way back down to 6th. But what I still don't understand is what happened to Makoviecki, because he was leading on the restart. So whether he got a bit squirrely and then there was contact, 912 running up the back of the 3 and doing damage to the right front wing. It's a possibility, isn't it? But it's pure speculation on my part at the moment, because I haven't seen any evidence to prove that one way or the other. What I can tell you is Simon Pagenaud has done a cracking job on the restart and has pulled out and held Jeremy Shaw about a 2-second lead to one of the quickest restarters that we've ever seen in him, so Pipo Derani in the Whelen Engineering Cadillac. It's been an impressive run for Gautier.
Well, it has, hasn't it? Pagenaud, Gautier, both of them, they've had a tremendous run for both of them this evening, or today, I should say. And right now, all of the prototypes are kind of strung out. There's maybe a second and a half between each of them. They seem to be turning very, very similar lap times, and they all seem to be pretty closely matched. They're all coming down kind of, they're not quite nose to tail, but if you look at them from Sunset Bend, it looks like they are all together. Just when they come around the corner, you can see that it's maybe a second and a half, 2 seconds in between each of them. But certainly Pagenaud is trying to clear out here at the front of the field. And all of them, of course, now on the same strategy. They've all got a full tank of fuel when they came up for this race.
Yeah, that's a good point. That has evened things out quite completely now. They're all on their 9th lap since they came out of the pits. They've had a couple of laps of yellow behind the Corvette safety car there as well, as we come into the last quarter of the race in just a few minutes' time. The runs that we're talking about for the DPIs, you're looking at something around 35 to 40 minutes. So divide what we've got left up by those kind of chunks, and you can start to think about the strategy. Put yourself in the position, not of the driver necessarily, but as of the team strategist sitting on the pit wall, up on that perch, working out what's going on. They've been out and running now for 20 minutes, so they've got about another 20 minutes to go. That's going to take them to 2 hours and 50 minutes. That is 170 minutes or thereabouts, and you've got to divide that up into, let's say, 40-minute chunks, and you've got to do that in the most efficient way possible, all things being equal, which it seldom is in motor racing, and particularly in endurance racing. Copyright Paul Truswell, that one. Trusses, thinking of you, mate. Get well soon. Keep on with the hard work. Thanks for all the help. And then when things change, you've got to react to it. Another one of our Porsche keys to the race. You've got to be flexible. Got to be there right now. You've got to have something left in terms of tyre allocation, drive time. And in GTD, you've got to have somebody who can pick the battle, Jeremy, because at the moment, they're nose to tail from first all the way down to 5th position, pretty much.
Yep, well, true. Yeah, the top 4 are pretty close together. There's a bit of a gap back to Corey Lewis. The rest of those cars, the other 6 cars, or the other 5 cars, are all knotted up behind Corey Lewis there. That 5th position in the class, but that is absolutely wide open. And the order of that car is we've got Audi, Ferrari, Acura, Porsche, Lamborghini, then the second Acura, then BMW, Aston Martin, and Mercedes. How cool is that? We've got 8 different cars in the top 9 positions in GTD, and all pretty much nose to tail, or 2 trains of cars in there.
Which is always something we talk about in GT Daytona. A couple of people asking, is the presumption that the Porsche hit the number 4 Corvette causing the suspension failure? No, it was fine when it came into the pits in that yellow after Ollie Gavin's incident at turn 17. What the team are reporting to us is it was on the restart, or just after the restart from that full course yellow. That's what I was understanding, Shay. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, John.
Yeah, thank you. Excellent. So let's again just bring you up to date if you're joining in as we go into the last quarter of the race. Just over 3 hours to go. Acura Team Penske lead. You might say that that's the wrong car leading, because that was the less well-placed car in the championship, but has a 2-second lead at the moment over a car that needs to win the championship. If Pipo Derani and his teammate Felipe Nasr, who will take this car to the end, can't get past the number 6 car, then Simon Pagenaud and his teammates will help win the championship for the number 7 car. That's how it stands at the moment. So there's real needle at the front of the field, and there will be no after you Claude, no after you Cedric at the front of the field, because Pagenaud and the rest of the drivers for the 6 car are fighting for the win themselves in the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, but also for the championship in the drivers' standings for their teammates over the number 31 team. In 3rd place, it's Tristan Fortier in the Mustang sampling Cadillac. Then it's Mazda, Ollie Jarvis, the 77, Ryan Hunter, his teammate, the 55. Stephen Simpson holding a good 6th position for JDC Motorsports. They've gone about their business quietly and confidently, haven't they, in the last 9 hours or so. Then the 2 cars and teams that were the championship contenders coming in here at the start of this week. The number 10 Connington and Alton Cadillac in 7th was only 2 points behind the 8th position. Number 7 Acura Team Penske in the driver's standings. Both of them have had significant issues. Intercooler for the Acura, they lost 11 laps, some of which they've got back now, and they're back down to 7 laps. They are back down to 7 laps off the lead. And it was a contact with a Mazda that punctured the right rear tyre of the number 10 that brought that car into the pits for a 5-lap repair, including some of the cooling radiators. In GT Le Mans, it's Corvette from BMW, from Porsche. So Makoveki's lost another position in that. Vanta rather's lost a couple of positions in that Porsche. I don't think he's pitted yet to get that damage looked at, with the right front wing sitting rather out of kilter and the headlight at a jaunty angle. And Makovic then goes up a position. And in GT Daytona, top 10 still on the lead lap. Here's the top places. Scuderia Corsa Ferrari leads the 63 WeatherTech car from Farnbacher in the 86 Auto Nation Acura. Then the Wright Motorsports Jan Halen driven 16 Porsche. Then the Hardpoint Audi TireService.com sponsored number 30 Audi. Paul Miller Racing in the Lamborghini Huracan, the number 48 car in 5th, and the top 6 made up by Heinricha Racing.
Around quite dramatically the last lap or so, because Jeff Westphal now finds himself in the lead. Andrew Davis, who was leading the class at the restart has all of a sudden got shuffled down to 4th position. So 63, 86 and the number 16 all managed to find a way past the Audi. I think that was on that last lap around. So don't know what happened out there, but clearly, as we saw in GTLM a few minutes ago, it doesn't take much for there to be a big shuffle of positions.
Right, so it was at turn 3 that this incident happened. The 912 trying to go down the inside. By then, the 911 had already been shuffled back.
Yeah.
So something had happened much earlier on in the piece, and basically just a little rub of the right front of the Porsche to the left rear of the Corvette, which is unfastened the wing. The headlight on the right-hand side is out. Looked to me as though Lawrence Vanthoor was trying to hit the pit wall to unsettle that, and it's fallen off and onto the grass at the exit of turn 1, so they won't need to come in and get that sorted. Although I'm not sure how much lighting Lawrence has got now, particularly on the right-hand side, the side opposite where he is sitting. And before we finish this roundup and what's going on, what has happened, let's go to Shea Adam for an update on the tyre situation in terms of allocation and who's got what left.
Well, remember when I said at the start of this race, 23 sets of tires for the prototype, 21 sets for GTLM, and 18 sets for GTD. That's more than enough for the whole week. Yeah, I lied. I've been talking to a lot of GTD teams up and down the pit lane, and about 3 of them are confident that they have enough new tires to get to the end of this one. This is going to be entertaining.
So that's how things stand with 3.2 seconds between Pipo Derani and the provisional lead of the championship, and it's Simon Pagenaud who's holding him off at the moment as we come down to 3 hours to go on IMSA Radio, IMSA TV, WWOJ 99.1 FM, Sirius 202 and XM217. The next hour of racing starts right now. 180 minutes. That is what remains of the 2020 IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship Series and of the 68th Mobile One 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Advanced Auto Parts. Sorry, I took a breath there because I thought Lawrence Vanthoor was going to go off. He's off the throttle for a very long time. That's the engine that you can hear in the background. Jeremy Shaw is with me, John Hinoff in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. What a cracker this has been, Jeremy. Yes, we've had the Corvette safety car out rather more times than we would have liked, but for the most part, it hasn't really shaken up, certainly the front of the field or anywhere else. Oh, and as I say that, we've got the Turner Motorsport BMW off, and that has gone off on the side of the circuit. I think that is going to be okay, and they'll get back on. Car's parked at the moment. It was something went wrong at the back of turn 3, and the car just looped around. Right rear, maybe a puncture or something went wrong there, but the 96 rotating viciously without really much provocation, and that's Robbie Foley in that car. He knows it very well. He's got it going, and he's under the Mobile One Corvette bridge. He's testing his brakes to see if it's all pointing in the right direction. Yeah, that's not right. That car isn't right. It's moving around under Robbie. I think he might have something broken in the right rear of that car, which is doing strange things to the geometry at the back of that car. Now, has he had a little tap somewhere? No, he just went on his own. That's very, very odd. I have a suspicion, Shay, that you'll have that car with you. I'll let you do some follow-up on that and see what you can find out from the team. We've stayed green. Pagenaud still leading as we start some more pit stops. Sting Schotthorst coming in the GRT Grasser Racing team. They are laps down, of course, after that drive shaft issue early on. Looked to be that an over-enthusiastic drive shaft burnout from the pit stop might have caused that. They're also missing a left front lamp unit. All of that, actually, that looks like that might be more recent damage on that car, as the way they were looking at it. Jeremy, I was going to come to you before Robbie Foley went off there. Not Robbie Foley's fault by the look of it. Inside the last 3 hours then, as I say, Corvette pace car out rather too many times. Hasn't really messed things up. Most people needed pit stops at the time. It's cleaned up some of the strategy calls, maybe. But what it hasn't done, and I'm delighted to say it hasn't done, because of the pass-arounds and the wave bike, hasn't interrupted any of the battles in the other categories.
No, it really hasn't. Some cars have certainly taken advantage of the cautions and been able to use it to their advantage, I should say, but it hasn't altered anything super dramatically. You're right, for which we are certainly thankful. It's been a tremendous motor race, and there's been a few bits of argy-bargy out there, no question. That there's been some forceful driving, but by and large, it's been pretty much what you'd expect of a Sebring 12 hours. Lots of excitement, lots of interest, lots of very close racing, and with still just under 3 hours remaining. All of the prototypes, they're certainly passionate with stretching it out a little bit at the moment. It's got it out to over 3 seconds now, and each of those top 6 cars, or top 5 that are all pretty much together. Stephen Simpson is falling back a bit in the 6th position, but still on the lead lap. The rest of them still covered by 10 seconds, and there's still a fair amount of strategy still to be played. We've still got more to go in this race than we have in a regular IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship event.
Yeah, agree totally, Jeremy, and it's fascinating here. Shea Adam will give us an update on the Turner BMW in a moment. I just want to say a very happy birthday, as I realise it's after midnight now in the UK. So now it is officially the 15th of November. Very happy birthday to Aston Martin superfan Sarah Rigby, who will be celebrating up in Crewe in the northwest of the UK. Martin, I hope you've got something very thoughtful and lovely. Of course you have. And enjoy your birthday, Sarah. What a weekend to have your birthday with all this endurance racing going on. Shea Adam, VP Racing Fuel pit update, please.
Oh, the Turner Motorsport BMW has had 3 endurance races so far this year where they've had struggles. 2 of them have been struggles with brakes. Make that 3 endurance races where they have struggled with brakes. Nick Yellowly was getting over the wall to get into the car, but they elected to leave Robbie Foley in it. But that was the issue. It was a braking issue yet again. And while we're doing birthdays, may I say happy birthday to Liam Sellers? And Liam, I know you can hear me because these PA speakers are very good. And it's almost your bedtime, buddy.
I would think that it's... how old's Liam now?
6. He's 6 years old.
Oh, no, he might be able to stay up till 7:30. That's fine. Yeah, all right.
I think tonight he gets a waiver. Okay,
fine. Happy birthday, young Mr. Sellers. Already shown some prowess behind the wheel. I hear that's bad news for Liam, for Brian and the family. And Jamie. If he decides to go motor, give him a golf club or a tennis racket, for goodness sake. We've learned nothing. Shea Adam has more news on the Turner car. Suspension damage, Shea?
No, it's gone behind the wall. It's the same issue that they had at Michelin Raceway Road Atlantis, so they went back to the tent to try and diagnose it further.
Oh dear, thank you. And that is bad. That's very bad news. They'd have been having a decent run. Pierre Caffer, Team Hardpoint. I mean, anybody left in that fight, now the top 9, Jeremy, in GT Daytona, has got to have a chance, because it's a balance of performance category. The cars are even, and it's going to come down to the drivers, the tyres, possibly who gets the rub of the green in the last 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Yeah, anything, literally this is just a great race. It is so exciting. There's so many things, so many little nuances to it that you know, that are going to be unfolding now over these next 3 hours. And it's fantastic. The fact that number 6 car is in the lead of the race is certainly great news for the number 7. You know, all these stories, there's so many different stories that are unfolding in this race. By the way, pit stop just now for the number 30 car, because you remember that was the only car that did not pit.
The hardpoint car, yeah.
It's hardpoint Audi. So that car just made a scheduled stop and has fallen out of that battle for the lead. Will now be at the trail end of those cars, now down to 9 best, with number 6, 96 car behind the wall. But the rest of the contention. But the Ferrari, once again, the 4th race in a row, is looking super strong. Jeff Westphal is extending his advantage over Mario Farnbacher, who's under pressure still from Ganthiel. People quite the sports professional, but Ferrari, having had a kind of a difficult much of the year, has come on super strong lately. We had the win at Petit Le Mans. They were looking good for a podium finish at WeatherTech race where they would take cars out of the way, just laps to go, and certainly looking very strong here. And again, the race earlier in the year, the earliest sebring race was not around as the overall WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. It only counted the point of PED in the Sprint Cup, but Ferrari finished second there with Neil and Tony Wieland. That's behind the number 14 Lexus. So the car has been strong here in the past, but it's so again right now.
Finally, the 912 comes into the pit lane. Lawrence Van Ter staying on board. New set of Michelin's going on. That's only been out for 33 minutes, 15 laps here, but I presume they are going to do a little bit of remedial work on that right front.
They took the one-eyed monster and gave him a second one. So now the 912 should be able to see a little bit better, as the fuel was still going in and that work completed. Now we need to wait for that second light to fire up and hope that they remember to plug it in. Otherwise, it's not going to do a whole heck of a lot. But, you know, the car looks better as it is right now. So let's see. As soon as Lawrence comes off of the pit lane speed limiter, that will be the indicator as to whether everything is good to go. And he's off the limiter.
Yeah.
And I see headlights from both sides. So
yeah.
Well done, Porsche.
Really good. I suspect there might have been actually the headlight's not on. The driving light is on the right front, which it was before, but the headlight in the wing itself. But he's got plenty of lighting on the front. It's certainly within the legality of the rules, because he's got 3 headlights on the front and he only needs 2. But he hasn't got the headlight on. What he has got is the front fender, the front wing, and I just wonder if there might have been a chat from IMSA to say you can't be driving around with an exposed wheel like that.
Yeah, the light still isn't functioning.
Correct. The driving light is functioning in the front valance. The lamp itself is not, and so there may be a more fundamental problem. It doesn't matter though, because he's got lights. He's got 3 lights on the front. It's legal, and he's now got a front wing covering that right front Michelin as well. One of the big design upgrades for the previous iteration of this 911, and certainly worked on again for the 911, what's called the RSR 19. So that was the first year that it came out in the WEC, in the longest ever WEC season. Remember, that started last September and it's only finished now. Was that they looked at the modular, how they could make the car more modular in nature, so the panels come off the car easier. And you notice how quickly that right front fender, that right front wing and wheel arch went back on. It's 2 clips. The rear wheel arches again are 2 or 3 clips or fasteners, and this was all thought about and studied very carefully by Porsche when they were upgrading the car in the previous iteration, and they have continued to evolve the car. So even though that got knocked off and it looked like it might have been ripped off, clearly the fastenings were still there. They were able to bolt on the new wing, hit the clips, and off he went. I don't think it cost them 10 seconds, Shane, extra in the pit lane after the fuel hose had come out.
Let's check their pit time. They were stationary in the pit lane for 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Yeah.
It cost them about 18 seconds longer of a stop than they would have done normally.
That's still pretty good, isn't it, to put that new wing on? And it looks like it's fitting pretty well as well, which is all part of it as well, Jeremy.
Yeah, indeed. And coming up for pit stops again for our race leaders before too long. Another couple or three laps, I would suggest, before we see the GPI cars back onto pit lane, as we see the third place BMW in GTLM. They've been losing ground at probably better than half a second, or worse than half a second a lap, to the two leaders, number 3 and number 25. They just switched position. Number 25 car all of a sudden is ahead of the number 3 car.
Yes, that is a change. So that's the BMW who's fought its way through as well. Augusto Farfus just in the pit lane, the 24 BMW. And as far as the front of the field's concerned, Jeremy, I would think any time now, because they're on their 21st lap, all of those cars, and that's, yes, we had a little bit of yellow at the start, but you normally get a 20-lap stint, 35 to 37 minutes from those DPIs, so they will be due any time now. Yeah, expect to see them come in. Yeah. The Acuras will be getting about 20 laps on each of their stints. The Cadillacs sometimes get 21. Yeah. The Mazdas are sometimes they've got as many as 22. So that's going to be on a green flag run.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, actually, no, that includes a lap or so of yellow.
Even so, they're doing well. It looked like the Cadillac, particularly the 31 car, had a fuel mileage advantage at the start of the race when they went a couple of laps longer in the first all-green flag run from the start of the race. So John Edwards, by the way, is taking out the number 24 BMW. So he's rejoined. And that number 24, I think, was dropped in just behind Lawrence Vanthoor. Here's the number 10 Cadillac in the pit lane. Ryan Briscoe brought it in. Still 5 laps off the lead. Still 7th position. Still needs to make up a position to challenge for the championship, Adam.
That was not a bright, shiny yellow helmet getting installed behind the wheel of the number 10, the glossy black Cadillacs. I'm a little perplexed as to whether or not they put Scott Dixon back into that car maybe for another stint. The plan was to do Ranger and Ryan for the remainder of the race. I'm going to have to take a closer look at that as it rolls back down the pit lane, which it does now, and heads underneath the Mobile One Bridge and off the pit lane speed limiter. It was Scott Dixon indeed. So the Kiwi going for another stint back out on this racetrack. 2 hours and 43 minutes remain. Alexander Rossi staying in for what I think is a triple in that number 7 Acura Team Penske. Is that right, Shay? Has he done 3 stints in that car? I would agree with that. Also into the pit lane, we've got Tristan Vautier and Oliver Jarvis in the number 5 Cadillac and the 77 Mazda, respectively. Ollie should be staying in that car. He's only been in it for about 40 minutes or so. Tristan should be getting out. Who would be getting in? Probably Loic Duval on form of their driver rotation. Yeah. I think Sebastian Bourdais was the last driver in. So Tristan Vautier's drive time is now done, and Loic Duval gets piloted for a little bit longer. And they were just a couple of seconds or 3 short on getting the driver change done after the fuel probe came out, so that cost them a wee bit of time as they go out through the RFID arch in from GT Le Mans second place. Jordan Taylor in the bright yellow Corvette. He's already out of the car shit. He is, and Antonio Garcia is already in it. So those two, who now share a GT Le Mans Drivers' Championship together, doing another driver change for tonight. It will probably not be the last one. It will probably be one more change before the end of the race. Not saying that Antonio Garcia should for the next 2 hours and 42 minutes, because if anyone could, it would be the Spaniard. But I would expect Corvette Racing to need at least one more driver change.
Getting down to the business end of this race. So many tweets coming in at IMSA Radio at the moment from people in the UK and Europe, clearly staying up and staying with this one to the end. How could it be 9.5 hours already is the synopsis of the attitude. In has come Simon Pagenaud, Durrani's in as well, and Ryan Hunter-Reay. So all of the top three in the pit lane share, and a change at the Acura pit.
Finally, Simon Pagenaud gets out of that number 6 Acura Team Penske car and hands over to Juan Pablo Montoya. He had driven for 2 hours and 16 minutes, had Simon, so that was a very long stint. In also the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, Pippo beginning a second stint behind the wheel of this car, field tires, and of course windshield tear-off. And Ryan Hunter-Reay is in for the 55 Mazda. He should be handing that back over to Jonathan Bomarito, I would imagine.
Just a single stint then for Ryan, I think, wasn't it? He took over from Harry Ticknell last time we did a double.
Yes, that is correct. But the Mazdas, they pitted Ollie after doing a single stint, and they then put in Olivier Pla. But they did leave in Ryan Hunter-Reay. Good call, Jeremy.
Tristan did a double as well.
Yeah.
So,
well, Jeremy, what do you reckon now then?
Goodness knows.
We've got a standard length IMSA race, yeah. 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. All right, we're not starting from behind the safety car. We're not starting off the grid, but effectively that's what we've got to the end of the season, to the end of 2020, and to the end of the Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring. We've got a standard length IMSA race. This is the sprint to the checkered flag now.
Yeah, with the top 5 cars coming by around about 10 seconds. So that's pretty good going. It's been since we went back to green. That was at 8:41. What's it now? So we've done 40 minutes of green flag racing now. Which is about right, because that's when the pit stops came, a little bit over that. And 2 hours 40 to go. So yeah, there's everything to play for. This is so much fun.
If you've stayed up this long into the small hours of Sunday, stay with us. Sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
24 car come back into the pits.
24 car has come back into the pits. They've got a problem on the left front, Adam, and they did a brake change.
I don't believe so. It wasn't scheduled, but John Edwards brought the car back in. They are examining underneath the left front of the car well more than they are the right. That is a brake change. Yeah,
thought it was. Thought I saw the spreaders out. Well,
it was in the pits, so clearly unscheduled.
Yeah, and that, I mean, you can't say it's a mistake if you've had to do it, but you would have preferred to do that under yellow if you were expecting to do it. But quite clearly, John Edwards not liking the feel of the pedal there, and full front brake change on that 24 BMW. Done in seconds, of course. They've got the dry brake system, and they take off the whole of the brake caliper, and it looked like they'd replaced the brake disc, the brake rotors as well, rather than messing about trying to put a new set of pads in. That car rejoins. John Edwards still behind the wheel, dropped to the back of the 5 cars that are still in contention there, with Ollie Gavin's Corvette out of the race after a left rear suspension failure finally put paid to Ollie Gavin's final run for Corvette Racing. Already had a problem earlier on with Fluid leaking from that car, which had caught out the top 4 in GT Daytona, of course, including the 2 Ian Vassar-Sullivan Lexus, which were running first and second. The Hardpoint Audi and the Wright Porsche. 2 of the 4 got away with that fairly well and pretty unscathed. The 2 Lexus did not get away so easily, and both of those cars have fallen behind the wayside. I don't think the 14 came back at all, did it, from memory? Kyle Kirkwood was driving the car at the time. Frankie Montecalvo is still circulating in the number 12 car, sits in 12th position in GT Daytona, and has got 19 laps to catch and pass the 11th place Turner Motorsport BMW, which is, of course, parked in the paddock. That one went behind the wall with that issue earlier on. 2.5 hours, a little bit over, to get us to the final checkered flag of the season. Colton Herter pushing on at the front of the GT Le Mans field. Just done the fastest first sector of that car's race so far. Meantime, the 31 of Pipo Derani is in a championship winning position at the front of the field by 1.7 seconds. Of course, no, he's not, excuse me, he's still in second position because I'd had to scroll down, and that means Juan Montoya dropped off the top of my screen. 9 seconds is the difference between Montoya and Derani. They both stopped on the same lap. Ollie Pla 1 lap before. And that is the battle for the championship right there. Cutlers. Go on, Jeremy.
Yeah, the number 5 car lost a fair bit of ground during that blitz. It came into the blitz in the 3rd position. It's now down to 5th. It was nose to tail pretty much on the number 77 car, which has gone on through. That's fair enough. Number 55 car was about 4 seconds behind that pair before the stops. It remains about the same, but Loic Duval now is 3 or 4 seconds behind the number 55 car. So he's clearly lost a fair bit of ground, either on his outlap or during the stop or something.
Outlap's so important, Jeremy. And no tyre warmers allowed here. No electric blanket tyre warmers allowed here in IMSA.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, but look, you know, Loic Duval's well, I guess he's more used to having tyre warmers, of course, isn't he? But you know, he's a veteran of these races in North America, these long distance races. Somebody with a problem. Is that the Corvette? Is that the Corvette?
It is indeed the Corvette, and this looks very similar to what Ollie Gavin had earlier, with some kind of fluid coming out the back. It's on the Ullman Straight. Antonio Garcia, this is not the way they wanted to go to their championship win. Have they got a left rear puncture, or is that engine smoke or oil? Certainly seems to be more left-hand side down the Ullman Straight at the moment in the darkness, and that looks like thicker smoke than tyre smoke or even engine smoke. I wonder if they've got a little bit of a oh no, it is the tyre. It's the same thing. It's the left rear suspension's collapsed. It's exactly the same thing that put Ollie Gavin into the wall at turn 17. I wondered if it was tyre smoke. Oh my goodness, 2 failures on the left rear from the Corvette. Now that was the car that got dinged by the 912 Porsche on the restart. He pulls out of the way as he comes into the pit lane, because BMW number 25, Colton Herter, in the lead of the class, has just dived into the pit lane. That's a wee bit early for that car. I wonder if they thought we were going to get a full course yellow. So he'll give up the lead to Fred McAvecchi in about 3 or 4 seconds. I think that might be day done, Shea Adam, for Corvette Racing. What an awful way to finish the season of 2020.
It's indescribable. They're putting fuel in the car. It's going to go back to the garage, I would imagine. They're taking a look at it on the pit lane and trying to figure out if they can do anything back here. But they are being waved back behind the wall, being given special dispensation before the car even got to the box. So that tells you Corvette Racing was working with the IMSA officials, and they had cleared that they would need to go back to the garage before the car had even made it back to the mechanics. It was at full service for the 25 BMW, by the way. Bruno Spengler retaking that car out onto the lead from the lead, taking the 25 BMW back out onto the circuit. But Corvette Racing, which today claimed drivers and manufacturers and team championship, is having a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, and that's the second left rear failure. Now there was a potential of a cause to that when Lawrence Vanthoor rubbed up along the side of that car through turn 3 and 4 earlier on. But the coincidence, Jeremy, that is the same side that put Ollie Gavin into that lurid spin and stuck him in the wall. And ironically, as I say that, is that Ollie Gavin's car coming back into the pit lane? Yes, it is. And getting service. So one Corvette goes behind the wall, Shea Adam, as one comes out from behind the wall, having been fixed. And Ollie Gavin, I think I saw the tall fella's helmet still in that car. They're just checking the tightness of the wheels on that car. There's no reason to hurry. But that car looks like it's going to finish the race and try and do the last 2.5 hours after that spin earlier on.
At the risk of angering Corvette Racing fans everywhere, at least they know how to fix it relatively quickly now. Hashtag bright side.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, just there's a few places around. Of course, it could have been that Porsche contact, but there are a few places here, Jeremy, where you do not want to be dropping your wheel off the edge of the circuit or off the edge of the curb. Not for what you do as you drop off, as you try to get back onto the racing surface and drag the wheel and the upright. You could do a drive shaft or potentially do suspension damage. And certainly coming out of turn 10 and turn 13, you run out of curb pretty quickly on that side of the car, the left rear of the car.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't take long. You're off the edge of the road, and there are drop-offs here. There's been a lot of action here over this week, obviously, and on the outside of the curbing, where there's dirt, that's been wet, so that can easily get sort of dredged up, and you put a wheel kind of the wrong side of that curb, and it certainly can cause damage.
Yeah, for sure. 2.5 hours to go.
We've got a battle for the lead now. We've got, all of a sudden, we've got 3 cars together. For the lead, number 6, 31 and 77.
Yeah, under a second between them at the moment. And that's DMA dropping off the curb, coming out of turn number 7 and into the kink at turn 8 as well. Montoya in the lead from Durrani in second, from Ollie Pla in third. There was contact there between JPM and Durrani. Acura again being very, very forceful. And Durrani, I'll tell you what now, Durrani's not going to put up with that. He's had enough of Acura's running into him, and he's going to see that as an affront to him winning the championship with the team car. I'll guarantee you he won't put up with that. And he's got to get back somewhere towards him though before he can deal back what has just been dished out. And the 77 of Ollie Pla might get in between them there. There's a little bit of a lock up by Durrani. He threw it down the inside going into 10. And that was for the lead of the race, Jeremy, yeah. And what I think, I'm just going to have to check that to see where we were. Yeah, that was unnecessary. Was that the 7 car in there as well?
No, the 77.
It was the 77 Mazda. Yeah, all right. I saw another white car in that. Oh, and they've come together again. And Durrani had said that he wasn't going to put up with it. He feels he's been wrong by Acura's before, and he feels he wasn't protected by race control, and he's gone up the inside of Montoya there, very forcefully on the far side of the circuit, and he's taken the position back. And this is one of these things that's been brewing for a little while. We saw it at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca when Castro Neves drove into the 31 car in a free practice session and was penalised, albeit only with a stop-go in a free practice session. And this has been brewing for a while. This has been brewing since the end of Petit Le Mans. Now, how will that be looked at? It's under review. I'll tell you now, if Durrani gets a drive through for this, he is going to go off the charts. Off the charts.
Absolutely deserved, though. I mean, it's a daft move. You don't pass anybody at the carousel, for goodness sake, not in these sort of cars. He just pushed it. That's crazy. There's no way he's not going to get. I mean, I know I've been wrong a whole bunch of times recently where penalties haven't been called, but if that one doesn't get called, I'll be absolutely amazed, because there's no way that move is on. He just stuffed it down the inside. It's not even close to alongside him, and yeah, that's just that I think is going to throw away the championship. Well, he's going to lead this race. He's lost
the.
With that, I'll be shocked.
He's lost the lead of the race for the moment, and he's just actually, he's lost the lead of the race for the moment to the Mazda. I'm going to play devil's advocate for this, Jeremy. He was further alongside than the Acura was at turn 6 at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta when they went for the lead of the race.
I would say, about the same. I would say you're absolutely right, but on that occasion. If there were any mitigating circumstances at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, it was that Durrani was defending the inside line, then moved wide to take the corner, at which point number 6 car stuffed it, number 7 car, Ricciardo, just stuffed it down the inside and made contact. This time, I mean, there was no defensive moves there. I don't think by anybody. He just tried to put his nose in there.
But you knew it was going to happen, Jeremy, as soon as there was contact between JPM and
car number 31 drive through.
Yeah, but you knew what was going to happen as soon as the number 6 car, which is, fighting for the championship for its teammate, ran into him earlier on the previous lap or whatever it was. You knew what was going to happen because Durrani feels like he's not being protected. Rightly or wrongly, it was absolutely obvious what was going to happen there. Absolutely obvious.
Red mist for the Brazilian, and that is not how you go about winning championships.
No.
Not with 2.5 hours remaining in this race. They've got a super fast car. We've seen that all the way through this race, and I think that penalty, he's going to be very lucky if that is not supremely costly for them.
I hope we get to see the Montoya and Durrani incident, the earlier one again. That one's not been looked at, in fairness, it would seem. So that must have been all right.
It was a bold move down the inside, and he went wide, and then he tried to rejoin, but the other car was already there. So, that was forceful driving. I didn't see necessarily anything wrong with that. It was Durrani made a forceful move to the inside, outbraked himself, so the number 6 car got back alongside him on the exit, and then, so I see nothing at all wrong with that move by either driver. It was a very forceful move from Durrani. It didn't work out, but this one was just, in my opinion, a stupid move.
It's going to cause some discussion, isn't it? That this has been festering for a little while now. And Those two. Oh, Durrani's got a problem. He's got a broken steering on that car, and then now he's going to have to limp it back. That's after the contact, I think. Or was that just a mistake? No, he's got a problem, and that's it. The championship's gone. The championship has gone. Well, that is such a shame for the championship, and just such a shame for the series, that we should end the Blue Ribbon Championship at the top with such shenanigans. You might say also the Connington and Ultra car might say that their championship was ruined by contact, which didn't get called, of course. That was seen as a racing incident, but that would have put paid to it anyway. Durrani's rush of blood there. Oh dear.
We've got a Mazda 1 too.
Yeah. Now the next question I'm going to need to ask you, Jeremy and Shay, and you can do the arithmetic and get your charts out again. What does this do to the battle for the championship between the 7 and the number 10? Because Scott Dixon may well make up a position here if Durrani is in the pits for the right amount of time and put the 31 between him and the 7 car, if they can get that car fixed.
Long answer short, it changes nothing. They would be tied on points at 265, and the win count then gives the championship to the 7. If the 7 finishes last, the 10 must finish 5th or higher.
Okay, thank you.
31 car stopped out in the track. He's still limping around.
He's limping. He's coming into the pit lane now. He's coming into the pit lane now. I'm disappointed because it's robbed us of a cracking race. I think it's potentially as well, the Wheelan guys will be disappointed. It's robbed them of the championship that they should have won anyway, in my opinion. But that all started at turn 6 at Petit Le Mans 3 races ago, at the end of the race.
You just do not take your law into your own hands, particularly not in motor racing. It's just too dangerous for shenanigans like that. That was just an unnecessary move, in my opinion. And I'm here to give my opinion, so I'm going to give it. But you know, like I said, I thought the last time out it was Taylor that was the overly aggressor. But this time it was definitely Durrani. Paybacks are not, you know, paybacks for a bit. They are certainly going to be here, I think, for number 31 team as they go to work on that right suspension.
Again, I'm going to play slightly devil's advocate. It has been said in the drivers' meetings before, we've sat in them, race the way you want to be raced against. And, you know, if you're going to see the kind of moves that happened at Road Atlanta, then if that's okay, and in fact people said after the race, if that is okay, then I know what I need to do if that comes down to that. I have to say that with 2.5 hours to go, I think he's probably pulling the pin a bit early on that. But I'm putting, you know, I'm putting the other side of it.
Very fair comment. Very fair comment. Like I said, I think there should have been a penalty at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, just to say, look, this is not what we expect of top drivers in this championship. You know, I know a lot of people disagree with that, particularly at the number 17. But you know, that's as you say, that is how our chief steward likes them to race, how you'd like to be raced yourselves. And it's all very well to say, well, okay, if that's the way they want to play it, then that's the way I'll drive as well. That's just the wrong way to go around things. That's just asking for trouble. And I think I don't know whether there was words had from race control with those drivers afterwards. Honestly, I don't believe there was, but there kind of should have been. So that was just a big rush of blood there by the Brazilian, and just a completely unnecessary move. Again, I'm at my point.
Yeah, well, leave that.
He's going to fall back now, well behind number 10 and I believe number 7 car before they get that car out again. So pretty much a moot point, I think, now.
Yeah, totally agree. And as I say, it's gone on for 3 races now. There was a ding, seconds out round 2 at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Meantime, there's been some cracking battles going on out in the darkness, including in GT Daytona for first and second. We have got a new leader there, as Matt McMurray has taken the lead away from Alessandro Balzan and the Ferrari of Scuderia Corsa. Mershank Racing Acura number 86 with a side-by-side move through the Jean de Bihan bends. That 86, the pink and black Auto Nation car, now leads that race, with Balzan in second by half a second. Half a second further back is Patrick Long. Shea Adam, an awesome bit of work from the Whelen engineering team, has Pico Durrani back out on the track, and he's going to be still ahead of the number 10.
I heard the rumble of the Cadillac V10 engine going back down the pit lane, and also the rumble of another GM engine. The number 3 Corvette is back out from behind the wall. See, I told you Corvette Racing learned from their mistakes, and even though it wasn't one of their mistakes, they learned how to fix that suspension a heck of a lot faster on the 3 than they did on the 4.
Durrani's dropped a couple of laps, needs a couple of safety cars to get back on the lead lap, and a bit of luck. And Montoya, by the way, dropped down to 4th position, so it's Mazda's first and second, then the Mustang sampling Cadillac Loic Duval in 3rd position. About 10 minutes away, little under 10 minutes away from the stops at the front of the field. PR1 Matheson still leading. Simon Trummer in LMP2 in the number 52 car. Mikkel Jensen and in Tower back up in the second ahead of Performance Tech. And those two are separated by a couple of laps now. The GT Le Mans battle, again with pit stops and strategy all over the place. Bruno Spengler on his 9th lap out, Lawrence Vantor on his 18th, Fred McAvecchi on his 4th, John Edwards on his 12th at the moment, and that is BMW, Porsche, BMW. Those are the only 4 cars really in with a shout now. 90 seconds between them. John Edwards a little bit off the pace of the rest of the guys. And then in GT Daytona, as we reported, McMurray from Balzan from Long, those separated by a couple of seconds, and in fact just a 1/10 of a second. Balzan's fighting back in the Ferrari to the back bumper of the Acura NSX GT3 from Mershank Racing. 2 hours and a quarter to go at IMSA Radio. Hashtag Michelin PRT. Let's have your views on the bare knuckle fight that we've had since Petit Le Mans between the Acuras and the 31 Cadillac. Hashtag PRT and at IMSA Radio. We'll talk about that, I'm sure, more at the end of the race. Battle for the lead in GT Daytona, out on the back straight at the moment, coming down to turn 17, and Balzan, coming down to turn 13 and into into 13 now, and into the sweepers through the Jean de Bihan bend where that incident took place. GTD never fails to impress, Jeremy. The GT3 cars, great addition to IMSA WeatherTech a few years ago, and in fairness, you've got to say that the amount of data that goes on and is all the calculations that go on from the IMSA technical department, they've done a cracking job with these different cars, the different manufacturers, front engine, rear engine, mid engines. It's absolutely outstanding, GT Daytona.
Well, it really is, yeah. And it's been a fantastic battle all the way through. The number 63 car was leading until it came into the pits just 3 laps ago. and it's come out in second place right behind number 86 car. They were first and second before, the other way around, with the Ferrari ahead of the Acura by around about 6 seconds before the Acura was the first of those two to make a pit stop. And now the number 16 car, which is on a slightly different strategy. Well, no, that came in about 5 laps earlier than that. That is right in that train now, effectively for 1, 2, and 3 in GTD. So McMurray in the Acura, Balzan in the Ferrari, and Poloni in the Porsche. And then Darren Turner, he's about 8 seconds further back in 4th position. Another really, really good run for the Heart of Racing team. They've been in the thick of it all the way through. Number 30, Team Hardpoint Audi. That's just another few seconds back in the 5th position, and then a little bit of a gap back to Mark Miller, who's back at the wheel of the number 74 Riley Motorsports Mercedes. But again, still anybody's game in GTD.
Split about 50-50 at the moment between that incident. Not necessarily for that incident, but there's quite a lot of sympathy and understanding for how the situation got to where it was. I think that's going to be an interesting chat we have in Michelin Post Race Tech. Hashtag Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio. Shea Adam has some news in this VP Racing Fuel Pit Lane report.
From Turner Motorsports, they have officially retired the BMW M6 GT3 in this race. They said to their fans, quote, "We know how disappointed you are, but after a bad day, good ones follow. And it's not that long until the Rolex 24 hours are going green."
Shame. That's it. Well, after good days, bad days come, unfortunately, because yesterday was a good day for that team in the Michelin Pilot Challenge. So at least they've got something to show from this weekend.
And Robbie Foley in particular. Bill Oberlin not with us this weekend, doing the honourable and honest thing. He was exposed in close proximity to someone who was tested positive for the virus, and although he tested negative, he didn't feel it was the right thing to do to come to the paddock. Bill, our best wishes to you. Fair play to you, mate.
Yeah, per protocol, of course.
Oh yes.
He wasn't able to get the test until after he had made the decision whether or not to come here. So having been exposed, absolutely the right call. Then later, just yesterday was that he got the test and it was okay. So that's certainly good news. But yeah, that's the protocol. It is if you have been exposed to anything, sit out. And so he did exactly what we would have expected him to do. Hats off to Bill Oberlin. But shame. It's always a shame that Bill Oberlin isn't racing.
Jeremy Shaw, he's with me, John Hindhaugh from the Hagerty Global Broadcast Centre. Reminder that on Monday coming, 1 o'clock Eastern, that's 6 o'clock in the UK, 7 o'clock in the evening in Central Europe, another edition of the Hagerty 25th Hour, as we look back on the IMSA season, this race, end of the WEC season as well, earlier on today, and thoroughly enjoyed that little TV programme that we put together after Le Mans, and we've got some cracking guests lined up again for Monday afternoon, Monday evening if you are in Europe. Check the Hagerty community pages for details. Someone tweeted out on the RSL socials as well, of course. Get some confirmed guests. We're waiting for championships to be decided, to get some drivers and team personnel into the Hagerty 25th Hour, 1 o'clock Eastern on Monday afternoon. Corey G says, with the 31 now down laps, who is even winning DPI anymore on points or projected points? It's still the Acura Team Penske number 7, Corey, that came into this weekend with a scant 2-point lead over the number 10 of Konica Minolta. Both of those cars actually in the pit lane at the moment. Shea Adam.
It is fuel and tires for the Konica Minolta Cadillac as they are just waiting on the left rear. It looked like that was slowing them down a little bit. And the championship leaders, are they getting a new nose? No, that was just a quick clean of the grill, waiting for the fuel in that car. The Cadillac gets rolling once again, well before the Acura, and the Acura now is moving, but it is going to be on the tail of Scott Dixon in that Cadillac. I wonder if Scott stayed aboard, though. I didn't see a driver change. Yep, he's still in there, and now it's Elio Castroneves behind him.
Adam and that VP Racing Fuel paddock report. Bit of a lock up there by the leading Mazda. Still pointing in the right direction. Still a 1-2 for Mazda here. Due into the pits in what, a couple of laps time? Yeah, possibly.
Yep, a couple of 3 laps time, and good lap times too. Oli Pla last round at 148.7. The previous lap was 148.3. That car's fastest lap of the race, a 148.1. So they are really doing. They're looking good at the front of the field. The leader between the advantage between those two, the margin between those two, stretched out just a little bit. With Ryan Hunter-Reay at the wheel of the number 55 car at the moment, but he is holding strong there in that second position with Val in the number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac about 3 seconds behind the number 55 car in second position. And Pablo Montoya is definitely struggling, I think, at the wheel of the number 6 car. I don't know whether there's any damage, but he is certainly not on the same pace as he was before, and he is slipping back a little bit from Val. 17 seconds now, that gap. Just 7 laps ago, it was 10 seconds.
Yeah, he races his game when he needs to, JPM, doesn't he? Hasn't got the Cadillac to keep behind him now. Championship looks like it's going the way of the team car. Could be carrying a bit of damage as well. White 77 Mazda through the final corner. Sparks from the underside of the front splitter as Oli Clark crosses the line. Reels off another lap. 283 laps down. Suppose we're anywhere near a distance record, Jeremy, for this. We've had too many interventions by the Corvette safety car, I would have thought.
Yeah, we've had 448 laps was in 2017 and 2019. I think was the distance record for DPI, and no, we're not going to get anywhere close to that.
No, indeed not. Indeed not. Longest green flag period we had was prior to that last safety car, 2 hours and 12 minutes. We've had 8 full course yellows, therefore 9 green flags. I think I may have miscounted earlier on when we came back to the green.
No, 8, I think.
31.
Right.
They were working on the car while they were refueling, so it's a drive-through.
Oh dear. Yeah, when it rains it pours. They did a good job of getting that car sorted out. It ultimately, I don't think it's going to make a huge amount of difference. I think I might get people out of that car now for a while, because I kind of don't want to see him anywhere near one of the Acuras, because I don't think that'll end well. I really don't. Comes through for the drive-through now. And heads towards the exit point.
Can't change drivers now, can they? Instead of the penalty.
No, indeed not. But I think I'd be. I know he doesn't necessarily need to come in what he's been out for 16, 17 laps. I think at the end of this stint, I think I'd be having him out. Leaders are in the pits.
He got into the car at 8:30. Excuse me, John. Yeah.
Yeah. 2 leaders are in. Sorry, Jeremy. Shea Adam is watching the Mazda stops.
It's still Oli Pla behind the wheel of the 77 Mazda. He's being sent out for another stint. Now, we know where Oli's going to be next year, and it is driving for another Japanese manufacturer, just not Mazda. He's going to be a part of the Myra Shank Racing Acura DPI program. So he's out there enjoying another stint behind the wheel of Mazda, perhaps for the last time. And Ollie doing a great job in this night stint. But as he has pitted and the sister car has stayed out, Mazda continues to lead the way.
Shea Adam down in the pit lane, reporting for us here at Sebring International Raceway. 2 hours and 3 minutes to go. We're going to start another set of pit stops here in a moment or two. So like Duval will actually, I think the 55's come back out in the lead, if I'm honest. Yes, it has, right ahead of Duval, coming onto the back straight now. So like Duval will probably pit at the end of this lap, and we'll have the Mazdas first and second again. So let's give you the rundown. That was the 27th lead change as the 55 of Ryan Hunter-Reay went through that car due into the pit lane as well. I went through onto the start-finish straight again. So for the moment, it's 55 Mazda from 77 Mazda from Loic Duval, who's just pitted in the Mustang sampling Cadillac, from Juan Montoya in the Penske number 6, from the 85 JDC Miller Motorsports Cadillac, now up to 5th position for those guys, softly, etc, etc. Actually Montoya would have gone through to second, hasn't he? Yes, he has. So it's 55, 677, but Montoya will also pit stop now anyway. In LMP2, Trummer for PR and Matheson Motorsport from Tower Motorsport in second. They've got 3 laps on Performance Tech in third. BMW, it's BMW Porsche battle there. BMW Porsche, Porsche BMW, Spengler, Vantur, Makoviecki and John Edwards just a little bit off the lead 3. And in GTD, half a second still only between McMurray and Balzan. That was the same 20 minutes ago when I said that before. And another half a second further back, Pat Long. Top 3 are within a second. That's this 86 Acura, the 63 Ferrari and the 16 Porsche. And I will let Shea and Jeremy do the calculations on the GTD end of season championship, because that one is going to be interesting as well, both for the drivers, the teams and the manufacturers. 2 hours to go in the 68th annual Mobile One, 12 hours of Sebring. Mazda leads the motor race with 120 minutes to go on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV, and the next hour of racing starts right now. So Jeremy, lead Mazda ship is into the pit lane now. Montoya's into the pit lane now. So I think we'll get Ollie Plas cycling back to the front. What price are Mazda 1-2 at this stage then?
Well, yeah, they were holding those 2 positions quite nicely prior to this round of pit stops. They were about 3 seconds or so ahead of number 5 car, which was closing in Loic Duval, at least on Ryan Hunter-Reay in the second place car. The number 5 car made its pit stop last time around. Make a note of that. So yeah, we'll see what happens as a result of these pit stops, but it's certainly still a very, very interesting battle.
Shea Adam down in the pit lane, looking at the GT Daytona points for the championship and working that one out. Acura from Ferrari from Porsche in this race. How will that affect the championship, Shea?
Well, the other thing that I'm looking at right now, John, is drive time. There's a maximum, you can't go over 4 hours in any 6-hour period. And most of the cars at the front of the GTD field have been switching between 2 drivers for the majority of the second half of this race. I don't see how they can avoid not going over that threshold with certain cars like the 63 Scuderia Corse Ferrari or the 16 Wright Motorsport Porsche. So I'm a little bit concerned, or the 74 Riley Technology Mercedes, or the 44 Magnus GRT Audi. So I've been doing a little bit of math there. But as far as the points are concerned, if it stays the way it is right now, Acura take the Manufacturers' Championship with 304 points. Ferrari would come away with 224 because, of course, they missed a couple of races earlier in the year. Porsche would have 288 points, and Lexus would be all the way down with 289 points, but they would still hang on to that second place.
Thank you, Shay. Under 2 hours then. WWOJ 99.1 around the circuit, Series 202 XM217. And Porsche keys to the race earlier on in Michelin Countdown to Green. Be there in the dark. It's been dark for a while now, already a couple of hours. Normally we'd be coming into the darkness around about now if we were here in March. Endurance Cup, all done bar the shouting. Subject to post-race tech. Congratulations to the number 10 Cadillac squad for winning in DPI. We had the BMW winning in, it was 24 BMW, wasn't it, Shay, for GTLM?
Correct.
Cup, yeah. And the 48, that's the Lamborghini Huracan from Paul Miller Racing. They came in intending just to run the Enduros and have a shot of that championship. They have fulfilled that and win the Michelin Endurance Cup. All unofficial, of course, at the moment. And as it stands right now, Acura Team Penske in position to take the Drivers' Championship for the number 7 crew. And unless the Konica Minolta team can make up a couple of positions, that is not going to change before the end of the race, I would not have thought. Not at least on pace. However, they are only still 5 laps behind the leader, 3 laps behind the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Should be due into the pit shortly. Oh, it did pit. Okay, that one was in and out.
So that was a penalty on 2 and 1.
Oh yes, of course it was. Yeah, so they should be due any time now, shouldn't they?
Yeah, he's had a bunch of unstops. All of a sudden, the gap between Ollie Pla and Jonathan Bonmarito is out to the better part of 20 seconds. It must have been a blistering, it must have been a super fast stop, I would suggest, because the gap between the second and third place cars is now 2 seconds, which is what it was before that round of pit stops, when Reinhard Ray was driving the 55 car. Anthony Duval still at the wheel of the number 5 car. He stayed there. Bonmarito has taken over in the 55 and remains in second position. Ollie Pla, either a super fast stop or incredibly quick in and out, that for a combination, I would imagine, of all 3, has now extended his lead from 7 seconds to 19. Last time around for our race leader, Olivier Pla, because he made his pit stop 3 or 4 laps ago, so he's got that car, everything fully up to speed now. The Michelins are fully up to temperature. He's turned some very, very quick laps. That 48.3, that's within a couple of tenths of a second of his fastest lap of the race. And Bonmarito, having just taken over the wheel of the 55 car, is not yet kind of fully up to speed till the 51 last time around. That explains some of the deficit there.
Very interesting Twitter coming in. Very interesting Twitter. It's going to be an enjoyable PRT later on. Hashtag Michelin PRT. Let's have your thoughts on the Acura versus Cadillac battle, or the Penske versus Whelen Engineering battle, as well as the other contact that we've seen here and the forceful driving. We've seen Tandy with a bump and run to take a position in turn 17. Something that looked like it was straight out of a short track race, which is of course where he came from. Seen Scott Dixon with damage caused by another competitor running into him as well. It's been a little bit untidy at times around the circuit, and championship implications for some of those as well. Just seen a side-by-side pass for the lead in GTD with the 63 car going through. Alessandro Balzan back into the lead there, rubbing up against the 86 with the 16 Porsche right in behind. That's about 5 or 6 minutes ago. A little bit of a hip and shoulder there.
Yeah, so the Murray has gone from first to third then, and Alessandro Balzan all of a sudden now has a couple of second lead. I guess he was fed up with following the Acura and decided he was going to go through, and now he's trying to pull away from Patrick Long, who's in second place. He also made it past Matt Murray, with a big gap back to the Meyer Shank Racing Carnival 86 behind him to Mark Miller in the Riley Motorsports Mercedes, 24 seconds back to Miller. I presume number 23 car must have made a pit stop just a couple of laps ago. It did.
77 Mazda, no doubt about that. They've pulled out a 20-second lead now. J-Bomb in second, so Ollie Pla from J-Bomb. And then the Mustang sampling car. Just because it gets dark, it doesn't mean that it's any easier at turn 17. I don't know how you even pick a line through turn 17 nowadays, Jeremy, because those bumps, particularly under the bridge, are so violent for these low-slung prototypes, which depends so much, of course, on the aero and the downforce that they're getting. And of course, as they're getting fired off the ground, you lose the downforce, and that exacerbates you moving away from the centre of the corner, which is you know, the line that you've picked. Extraordinary to see them lap after lap. The guys must be getting really shaken around inside. This is a workout.
Yeah, it really is a workout. You're absolutely right. I mean, you know, it's physically and mentally taxing, this racetrack, particularly, you know, this far into the race. Inside 2 hours to go now, and you know, the drivers, yeah, they get a break every now and again, but once you're back into the groove of it, you know, it's still hard work. You know, in these conditions at night time, your kind of mental acuity, I think, probably is even more sharp, possibly than during the day. But you've got all these lights around you. You've got to really, really pay attention. That's not easy to do.
No, concentration has to be there all the time. This is as much about what's going on in the head as it is with the hands, the feet, what you're feeling through your backside. All the talent in the world, if you haven't got your head in the right place, as we have seen this evening, then it's going to be very difficult for you to win races and take championships. Whatever else is going on, you have got to keep your cool. Just Balzan just pulling away at the head of the GTD field from Pat Long after that side-by-side with Matt McMurray. Push Matt Murray back down into third. The Scuderia Corsa Ferrari now leading by 2.8 seconds. Ian McCarthy has just tweeted at IMSA Radio and says, whatever those Mazda skid plates are made from should be used to build everything. They've been sparking in almost every corner for 10 hours. Yeah, that's probably titanium, I think. Which means the sparks you're seeing are very expensive sparks. The most expensive sparks, I said some years ago. I think here at Sebring, those are the most expensive sparks. Got quoted back to me for a while. In fairness, Sebring has been the site of quite a few phrases that have stuck down through the years. So moving in now to an area where, for particularly the GT cars, Jeremy, you're looking at making maybe 1 or 2 stops before the end. It'll be 2 BMWs that stop in GT Le Mans next. At the front of the GT Daytona field, actually, it's very even indeed. Their pit stops are all the same. Actually, no, the Wright Motorsport Porsche, which has just dropped down into third position there, that will be in first of the leaders by about 5 laps from Matt McMurray, and then another 10 laps. Balzan still out there. So how's that going to work out to the end of the race, which has still got, for the leaders at least, around about 52 laps to go. And in fact, the 16 car loses third place, Shea Adam, because it comes in for its pit stop after 26 laps on the circuit.
It does, and Jan Halen taking over from Patrick Long. Patrick, who had been in the car for about an hour. So now Jan will probably drive one stint, and then it'll be Patrick taking it to the checkered flag, since he has a couple of Sebring wins to his name and Jan Halen does not. But a nice clean stop by the Wright Motorsports crew. I would be expecting next into the pit lane from the front runners, Matt McMurray in the 86 Acura, to hand back over to Super Mario for the final stints.
16 is back out with Jan Halen, rejoins to the left-hand side of turn 1. A little bit of waving from Jan just to make sure that everything's all right, and to try and take the shininess off those new Michelin slicks. He has dropped, in fact, he is, where's the 85? He's not in the car behind him. It's really the prototype, so they'll go back through. 23. I think he's dropped down to 6th position with that stop. The Wright Motorsports car make that. Yeah, I think he's dropped down to 6th position. Joey Hand has gone through, but he's still ahead of Roman De Angelis in the Aston Martin. They're going through turn 11 towards turn 12 now. And the Wright Porsche is still ahead as he turns in left-handed to turn 13 now.
Makes sense, John. The number 16 car came into the pits about 7 seconds ahead of the Aston Martin. So it certainly makes sense for him to resume ahead of as well. We've got quite a few GTD cars, not quite sure why at this stage in the race, but all sort of pitting at different times.
I can only think that they are back timing and trying to get themselves into a position that they can make their last pit stop early.
From now they can make just one stop. One more stop before the end of the race. It might be fairly close for the Aston Martin, but I think the number 16 car should be okay to get to the end from here.
With one more, yeah.
With one more.
Correct.
And 2 more for those that haven't yet pitted.
Correct. And that, of course, is part of the skill here, working out when to get your last pit stop in. Shea Adam, the GRT Grasser Racing Lamborghini, lost some laps earlier on with a drive shaft issue, had to go back behind the wall. It's back in the pit again, but I don't think I can see it on the pit lane.
No, I don't think it's on the pit lane anymore, John. The rumble of that engine going back to the garage just a few moments ago. So it has been truly a nightmare day for that Lamborghini team.
Yeah, nice to see them back, Jeremy, the GRT Grasser team, but it really has not been their Sebring 2020.
No, disappointing because they were running super well early in the race. They led the race very convincingly with both Steve Strotthorst and Richard Heistand early on. So it just hasn't gone their way since then, of course, which is doubly disappointing because with Frank Pereira as the third driver in that car, we know how quick Frank is. He's a super talented driver. Won just about everything he could possibly win, actually, in various different series. He even won an Indy Lights race back in 2008. So yeah, he loves his racing over here, does Frank, and he'll have been really looking forward to the closing stages of this race. It's a shame that car has dropped out of contention.
Just across the line, the number 4 Corvette, Ollie Gavin, still behind the wheel there. His last outing for Corvette Racing. We hear that he's going to continue with a role with Corvette and GM. Not sure what that's going to be at the moment. I'm sure we'll find out in due course. Leader across the line, Ollie Clark at the sharp end of the field, just completed lap number 295.
Once again, that's not scheduled.
Yes, from 5th position, Matthias Leist in that car, and they were in not so very long ago, were they?
Yeah, just 9 laps ago.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
Taylor in the lead lap in the 5th position. Good run for him, actually.
Shea Adam has this VP Racing Fuel Pit report.
They are officially in retirement now, is the number 11 GRT Lamborghini, so they are not going to claim another Sebring 12-hour win.
You get this close, you know, I feel for anybody who gets this far into a long distance race and then can't get to the end, Jeremy, because I mean part of being in a long distance race, part of being in endurance, the first thing is you want to get to the end. That is the challenge. And then after that, you set yourself different targets depending, you know, whether you're an amateur or a professional, how far the team is up in the championship, etc., etc. But getting to the end, always want to get to the end, and the closer you get to the end, the worse it is. Hugh Chamberlain always used to say, if the car is not going to finish, I'd really rather like it, talking about the body, I'd really rather like it to go out before about 6 o'clock in the evening, so we can still get to the pub before they close. Quick pit stop there for...
We to argue with Hugh.
Well, I never know. Not
sound logic.
Sound logic from Hugh Chamberlain. Haven't spoken to Hugh for quite a while, actually. Let's try and give him a ring next week now that I've said that.
Number 10 car.
That was the number 10 car, Jeremy, in and out. Scott Dixon did just 14, call that 15 laps there before he came back in, and Renger van der Zande now, I think, got back into that car.
I did see the bright yellow helmet, so yes, it is Renger van der Zande taking that car to the end of the race, you would expect, and also the last time he's going to drive the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac.
Good point.
Can I just offer something up really quickly?
Of course.
I've been working on this drive time thing, as there is a pit stop, by the way, going on for the 24 BMW Jesse Krohn taking back over from John Edwards. Fuel and tires for that stop, and it looks fairly according to standard for the BMW crew. I've just been looking at these different drive times, trying to figure out in GTD if there's anyone who's close to going over this 4 hours in any 6-hour period. And I believe I found a car, the 63 Scuderia Corse Ferrari. Alessandro Balzan has driven already 2.5 hours in this final 6-hour period running up to the checkered flag. I'm a little concerned that he is going to go over, if indeed he does stay in the car for the final 2 hours and 20 minutes, as it was planned by the team for him to stay in for the end. Alrighty, back to what's actually going on instead of speculating. We've got the 86 Fireshank Racing Acura in the pit lane. That is Super Mario Farnbacher taking back over from Matt McMurray. He will be into the end of this race, going for a second consecutive GTD championship, not only for himself, but for Mike Schenk, and trying to get a second championship for Matt McMurray, his first in GTD, his second consecutive in the years to come. Fuel and tires clean in the grill, and waiting for the Acura to be given the all clear to launch back off into the night sky. There we go. Fuel nozzles are out at Vegas Mario.
If you want to take part in Michelin post-race tech, use the hashtag Michelin PRT, last one of our 2020 IMSA season, at IMSA Radio, hashtag Michelin PRT. We'll take your views on anything that you have seen in this race. There's a lot coming in, as you might imagine, about the contact at the front of the field. But if you are going to do that, make sure you tag it with Michelin, hashtag Michelin PRT. So we'll take your views into consideration. And when we get to Beyond the Checkered Flag on RS2, it will be available as a download as well, of course, as an archive. 100 minutes, under 100 minutes to go now. And tear off coming off the windscreen of the 25 as they're waiting for the fuel on the Motul BMW. Out it goes, as also in the pits people Durrani, who I think is getting out of that car, is he?
Yes, he is. That's no, he's not. I thought I saw a driver change going on, but they did have the driver's side door open. Normally when they do a drinks bottle change, they only open the passenger side, but there was no helmet. Oh, yep, no, Pipo did run out to the wall. I did see him. So that's Felipe Nasr taking over the 31 for what you would expect to be the final stint of, final driver change of 2020 for the Whelen Engineering Cadillac.
Yeah, Felipe Nasr doing a double. I tell you what, I'm not sure they can go to the end with one more. That is, 60, 96, 97 minutes, Jeremy. They'd have to ease it back a bit to get 50 minutes. I don't think you can get 50 minutes out of one of those DPIs. So I think they mean
40
it's
minutes
to the end.
I agree, John, with you completely. I think about 40 minutes is about the max of green flag running. Maybe 41 or 2, but I don't think there's any way you can stretch it to 50.
No. So they're a little bit off. They have had a couple of unscheduled pit stops, shall we say. At the front of the field, Ollie Pla has got about 10 or 12 minutes left. That's going to take him down to an hour and 24, something like that. That's 84 minutes. That's still going to be a bit squeaky, to be honest. GTD stops coming around again, and this is Alessandro Balzan heading towards the pit lane after 22 laps from the lead of the motor race there, Shea.
Fuel and tires only for Alessandro Balzan, as he is expected to stay behind the wheel of the car for 2 hours and 20 minutes total. That's how long was left on the clock when he got behind the wheel for his final stint of the race. The windshield tear-off comes off. Fuel nozzle is still attached, and that's the last thing they're waiting for with the Ferrari. The gold wheels have already been put back on, and away goes Balzan.
That's still going to be a bit of a scrap in GT Daytona, Jeremy. That one is definitely not over.
No, don't call that one yet. That's for absolutely sure. It's certainly it's looking good for the Ferrari. The car's fast, and assuming they've met the drive time requirements, which a team with that experience, I'd be shocked if they didn't. Then I think they're looking good. Didn't Jeff Westphal do the final stint last time at Petit Le Mans? I can't remember now. I think he did.
The team told me that Balzan is into the end.
Okay, but that's too long, isn't it, on timing?
Yes.
Well, in that case, they won't do that, I'm sure. They'll be on top of that one.
Hello to Sean Belby.
There.
Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
So just go to plan B, I think, then.
Yes.
For that team. Two very talented drivers, so really not a problem.
I think they may be a little bit further through the alphabet than plan B at the moment in GTD. Hello to Sean Belby. Thank you, Sean, for your kind words. In a year of unprecedented struggles, it's been a bright light for all of us. That's appropriate at Diwali. Thank you. It's a team thing, and the team is not just us who talk, it's those behind the scenes. It's IMSA, it's commercial sponsors here at IMSA Radio as well, of course, without whom we can't do anything. So thank you for your kind words and your thoughts. I hope all well with you and your family, Sean, and indeed all of our listeners. You've been an immense support, by the way, I should say, all of you listeners. Your comments are always welcomed, good, bad, or indifferent. I prefer they were good or bad rather than indifferent, to be honest. We're here to elicit a response and an opinion rather than to just be wallpaper. But thank you for keeping us going through this incredibly bizarre season of motor racing, and all of your comments have been taken on board. It's been an interesting one, shall we say, and not just with our IMSA coverage, but all of what we've done, challenging from a technical standpoint as well. And there's a lot of people behind the scenes on the IMSA side and on the RSL side, and the guys at iRacing with whom we worked earlier on in the season to bring you the IMSA Pro Series. We've had a lot of exchange of ideas this year. I've enjoyed the challenges in some ways that this has put together, and I've certainly enjoyed the racing. We are the 300. Well, we are for this lap at least. Oliver Platt has clicked over 3 centuries of laps around here. It's an awful lot of laps already, and he comes through to complete another one right now as he crosses the line on that historic piece of concrete that forms the front straight. 90 minutes or thereabouts still to go. WWOJ 99.1, thank you for your airwaves. Sirius 202 and XM 217. They've been broadcasting each and every WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race for a number of seasons now, and of course working with us for our Haggerty Radio Le Mans coverage. So what's left out there? Well, at least a pit stop or two for the DPI cars at the front of the field. Ollie Pla and Jonathan Bomarito for Mazda. Now 22 seconds between them, but Lloyd Duval's not giving this one up, although he was a little bit slower last time around than the Mazda ahead of it. He's only 2 seconds behind, making up a position. Montoya in his last IMSA race for Acura Team Penske, and Acura's final race. They look like they're going to be taking the championship for drivers with the 7 car. Montoya in 4th is 17 seconds away from a podium finish. And in fact, Elio Castroneves brings the team car into the pit lane and vacates the driver's seat. Shea Adam.
He does. It is Ricky Taylor getting back in behind the wheel of this Acura Team Penske, although we would assume that we'll be seeing Ricky Taylor again in the future in an Acura, given that he is still an Acura driver. But they are doing fuel and tires and just hoping and praying that they can hang on to this championship. It looks pretty good for right now, but they are not going to take it for granted. The car is cleared to leave the box, and Ricky goes out onto the track with just over an hour and a half left in this race.
The only contender left now, realistically, is the number 10 of Renger van der Zande, and they would have to make up a couple of positions to be able to do that, and I think that's unlikely.
What 3 or 4 laps to catch up anybody else. They're 2 laps behind the number 31 car now, and another couple of laps to catch up the number 85 car. So yeah, it's pretty much a long shot, I think, for them.
Yeah. Of course, you could get the 2 Cadillacs to park themselves up and let them get the laps back to get that number 10 car farther up the field, but in reality their championship went south when that contact burst the right rear tyre out at turn 10, and Scott Dixon got the car back, but there was damage to the cooling system as well on the right rear. Cost them 5 laps, and that really took them out of it. They were looking in good shape after there'd been similar technical issues for the leading Acura Team Penske DPI in the championship. That was an intercooler problem. 11 laps dropped by the 7 car. They have made up a few. They got back to 7 laps at one stage. Currently 8 laps ahead, behind the lead car of Ollie Platt. But they will not drop any further back than 8th position. Magnus in the pit lane for Andy Lally in the number 44 GTD Lamborghini. Now, that was about on time, Jeremy, wasn't it? They'd done 25 laps, that's all right.
Yeah, that's right, John. That's the last of the GTD leaders to make it cycle onto pit lane, so that means its final stop would be a good bit shorter than quite a few of the other contenders. 3 laps after the number 63 car, but I don't think that's good enough to vault it up quite up into contention, although it was running in the 5th position before this round of pit stop sequence began, or the 5th. It's all very, very close. Still very interesting, but number 63 car, that advantage now over Jan Halen is down to a second as both those 2 stops have been completed. Roman DeAndres now finds himself in 3rd position, not that far behind, and Mario Farnbacher in 4th position in the number 86 car for the championship leading car for Meyer-Shank Racing.
Yeah, and Lawson Aschenbach, by the way, has just put that car's fastest lap, that car being the Riley Motorsports AMG GT3 fastest lap of the racing, after 277 laps. He's put in a 2:02.122.
Yeah, he already had the fastest lap.
In that car.
In that car, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
The fastest lap of the race in GTD is the now behind the wall GRT Grasser with a 2:02.057, and Aschenbach goes through again and goes through to a 2:02.069. So he is now pushing for the fastest lap of the race. This is great stuff from Lawson. Great to see him back in the IMSA paddock. Alan Prosser says, I've been watching the number 77 on board from IMSA.com. Ollie Platt going very quickly, seemingly with barely any effort. Well, that's the mark of a true great, isn't it? He's changing up even before all the shift lights are on. So they need to be pushing that 4-cylinder engine at this point. He's got 25 seconds lead. I'd say that was smart driving, Alan. Good spot. Watching that from the IMSA onboards, which are available wherever you are in the world. And if you're outside the US, of course, then full live coverage as well with our IMSA radio commentary. The whole race will be up as an archive in the next week or so. I would say after a 12-hour race, give the IMSA media team just a few days to get their breaths back and get their sleep patterns back in order. Should be on the YouTube official IMSA pages and channels within, as I say, a week perhaps. That'll be up there, and the rest of the season is there for your delectation and enjoyment as well. Platt is, he's supreme. We've seen this down through the years, Jeremy. He's been involved with a number of high-profile projects. He's been a factory test driver and a factory driver. Great hire for Mazda Motorsports and for the Multimatic team, known to those guys for a few years as well, of course. And we've said this before about a number of drivers, but he's another one of these plug-and-play accessories, isn't he? He gets on, he knows sometimes he's not the full-time driver, so he's not going to get all the laps, but when you put him in the car, he does his job and does it exceptionally well. Fast and reliable.
Fast and reliable, yeah, and a good guy as well. That's, of course, that's why Michael Shank has hired him to run with his team for next year in the Acura. So he's a really talented guy. Just been a really good stint. He's got that gap now to the second place car out to over 26 seconds. Instead of about 5 or 6 seconds over John Brito during this stint. Lloyd Valley still right there in third position in that car number 5, and the quickest driver in that car today has been Sebastian Bourdais. He will take it over for the final stint of this race. Might need the first horsepower in order to catch number 77 Mazda. Hey, Sebastian Bourdais, when he's fired up, he is even more of a dominant, can be much even more of a dominant force than he is normally.
I think Pla's been doing a bit of fuel saving. He's already onto his 22nd lap, Jeremy, so he should be due in any time, and he hasn't come in. So this is going to be a 23 lap stint, and we're at what, 80 minutes still to go, just over 80 minutes still to go. I can't believe he's going to get it to a point where they can get to the end on just one more stop, but that's what they may be trying for.
Oh yeah, no, he'll stop now, and then he'll have one more stop to get him to the end. That's absolutely no problem for that car.
Well, he needs to make then another 6 minutes, because they're doing well. No, actually, he doesn't if he's saving the fuel. Yeah, you're right. He doesn't if he's saving the fuel. He's been out there now for 40 minutes, so he needs to make another couple of minutes to get there. We're coming down to 80 minutes now.
That's going to be this lap.
Yeah,
but 2 minutes
correct.
is this lap, isn't it? Plus he'll have this stop and one more. So there's another couple of minutes to whittle away off that as well.
Yeah, I agree. And this is then going to be a 23 lap stint. That is a very impressive run for Ollie. He's just coming through to the Le Mans turn on the back straight at the moment, onto the Alec Ullman straight away. I'd expect to see him pulling this time. If he does a 24 lap stint, I should be even more impressed, because he's been quick. He's been very quick indeed, and his last lap was a 48.5. That car's best lap was a 48.1.
Yeah, no, he's turned a bunch of 48s during this stint, and 49s, and very few. There's been maybe 3 laps above 1 minute 50. Really, really impressive stint.
He has come into the pits. Yeah, he's come onto the pit lane, so that is going to be a 23 lap stint. Shea Adam, I expect to see the affable Frenchman out of the 77 car this time.
I would completely concur with that, especially since one of his co-drivers just went running as fast as he possibly could around the side of the car. And Oliver Jarvis has a lot of strength. He would rip Olivier Pla out of the cockpit for one more opportunity to get to go race around Sebring. So that could turn into a very ugly arm fight between those two friends. A very quick driver change. The door was shut. The tires were completed. The car was dropped off the air jacks, just waiting on fuel. Nice little clean of the windshield. The pit board flips over, and Oliver Jarvis roars back into life with that little Mazda engine. Here we go. Let's see what Oliver Jarvis can do, and if he can become an overall winner of the 12 Hours of Sebring 2 times, as he did it back in 2013 in the Audi days.
Out that car rumbles, and the 2-litre 4-cylinder turbocharged engine getting up to pace. Last year we had the summer of Mazda, didn't we, with that run of victories for them in the middle of the season. Hasn't quite, Jeremy, been that momentum wasn't quite taken on into the 2020 season by Mazda Motorsports. Change of the makeup of the team, maybe just a little bit of disruption there, but they've had a decent enough season, but only that, a decent enough season.
Yeah, I mean, it started off with some really good promise, and then they had the win at the return after the layoff at Daytona, the second Daytona race. So at that stage things were looking really, really good, and just kind of a multitude of niggly little things that kept them from getting the results that perhaps they were looking for since then. But this weekend, we didn't see the full pace of the car yesterday or the day before, but we certainly see it today, and that car has been in contention. Both cars have been in contention very much all the way through this 12-hour race.
teammate coming in from the lead, Jonathan Bomarito. We must have had 30 lead changes now, Jeremy, have we? Between 7 cars?
We have, this is the 29th lead change.
Okay.
Another one next time around, most likely.
Yeah, okay, Jeremy, thank you. J-Bomb out of that car, Shea Adam.
Harry Tink in fuel and tires. Not as rapid of a stop, I have to say, as the 77. The award for this pit stop goes to the white car over the Soul Red Mazda, but still a good stop nonetheless. It's just waiting on fuel and cleaning off the windshield one final time. Mechanic leans back out of the way in a moment of panic as he realizes that Harry Tinkle will probably run him over, even though it would get him a pit penalty. Don't do that, Harry. And he's back out onto the fast lane. There was also a pit stop for the number 6 Acura Team Penske. Juan Pablo Montoya brought the car in. He'll be taking it back out as well. There was no driver change there.
Hello to Eric Kanavati from Malaysia. Wondering if there might be more drama with about an hour and 20 minutes to go of the 2020 season. Eric, thank you for getting up early in Malaysia to watch and listen to the Mobil 1 Sebring 12 hours. 68th running of this great race. It's done it again this year. Kept my attention all the way through here.
Has been a gripper, hasn't it?
There's no doubt at all. Ollie Jarvis will come back around into the lead next time he crosses the line. 77, just in behind the leading Scott Huffaker driven PR1 Matheson Motorsport LMP2 car at turn 16 at the moment. Both Scott on a outlap, Ollie on his first flyer after the pit stops. They're coming down the Alec Ullman straight now. There is something about racing into the darkness. We see it, of course, in the 24-hour race through the darkness in the 24-hour races that we cover at the Rolex, Le Mans 24 Hours, Dubai, Nürburgring. Bit of a difference down in Australia for the 12 hours at Bathurst, where we race out of the darkness into the daytime. Even more bizarre that there's no darkness practice for that race. So Dave Cameron, by the way, took over the Acura number 6. Montoya out there. Sebastian Bourdais behind the wheel of the 5 car, as Jeremy predicted. So they're keeping to their driver rotation. So Ollie Jarvis, if he gets another 22 laps, that'll take him to just about 40 minutes to go, and he'll be able to go to the end from that. So 21, 22 lap stints should get that lead Mazda to the end of the race, and he would be under strict instructions, as I'm sure Ollie Plough was, to bring it back in exactly the same situation that he took it over. Shea Adam, our VP Racing Fuel Pit and Panic reporter, has this.
I'm just seeing a lot that I'm really not understanding and not liking right now. The number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac. Loïc Duval got out of the car. Sebastian Bourdais got in. There was a lot of yelling and gesticulating between the 2 French drivers. They were not very happy with whatever was going on, and to be honest, I don't really know. But Sebastian Bourdais left the pit lane. Their pit stop was 1 minute and 6 seconds, which is about right for a pit stop at this length of the race. But Sebastian Bourdais just came back down the pit lane and was on it for 45 seconds. So that tells me he just had a splash and maybe 1 tire changed. Very, very weird.
Right, unless something wasn't fastened properly. You can't, it's so difficult to do up your belts, for example, if you haven't got a lap belt done up. Simply dangerous to continue. It's not like you can pull over in the first lay-by and sort it out. But yeah, that is an odd one. Hasn't cost them anything as yet.
On the ground.
Yeah, it's cost them a lot of real estate, Jeremy. You're absolutely right. Yeah, cost them. But that is an odd one. Very odd one. We'll get Shea onto the Mustang sampling team and see if we can find out what that was. I would suggest that something went awry in the pit stop, and either there was a wheel nut loose or something like that. Shea, sorry, say again.
You want me to be a mole? You want me to go be a spy? Should I just go hide in the back of their pit lane and pretend to be one of their team members?
Yes, exactly.
You said you'll get me on their team.
Yeah, do it.
Excellent.
Get in there. Let's find out what's happening. I'm sure you'll be on the case.
Yeah, so all of a sudden, it was looking an hour or so ago like we were in for a grandstand finish. Well, now we've got 20 odd seconds between each of the top 5 cars through a variety of incidents or dramas or mishaps or miscues or whatever it might be, and none of those has how can I rephrase that? The number 77 car now leads by 27 seconds over the sister car, and Dane Cameron has regained 3rd position now after that miscue, whatever went wrong for number 5, but is a full 20 seconds behind. I'm sure he's going to be charging hard, but I'm not so sure that the car might not have been damaged in that incident earlier on with number 31, because it certainly doesn't seem to be running as swiftly as it had been prior to that incident.
And Shea, that's number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac being behind the Acura is not good news for Cadillac and for the Manufacturers' Championship.
No, and full credit to Ryan Smith. Thank you, Ryan, for sending this text along. The move where the Acura gets around the Cadillac, that simply is enough for Cadillac to no longer be able to claim the manufacturer's title. So that is a big move. And now Cadillac, Chevrolet, GM, all of their hopes lie on the shoulders of Sebastian Bourdais to try and get around Dane Cameron. He's currently 27 seconds behind Dane. Let's see what he can do.
Coming into the weekend, whichever of those two manufacturers finished ahead was going to win the Manufacturers' Championship, and it was looking good for Cadillac until this latest pit stop, when it's this additional pit stop where it's all gone pear-shaped, and now he's behind the Acura, and by a goodly margin too, so he's going to have to work really, really hard to claw that, because he's actually clawed back already a couple of seconds on that last lap, Sebastian Bourdais, but to do that from here to the end of the race is a pretty tall order.
Yeah, he needs to do a Robin Liddell type of job and take 2 seconds at the lead every lap. Still battles, by the way, in GT Daytona, where 1st and 2nd are separated by under 2 seconds. Ferrari versus Porsche, Aston Martin another 11 seconds further back as we head down towards the last hour. WWOJ 99.1 FM around the circuit and Central Florida. Sirius 202, XM 217, RS2, IMSA Radio around the world, streaming free and without block or break. Sound and vision outside the US. Wherever you're watching or listening, thank you for joining us. Heading towards another hourly update and then the final hour of this fascinating race. And a new fastest lap of the LMP2 race just put in by Mikkel Jensen in the 2nd place Tower Motorsport car. 2 laps away from the lead, a 150.103. That's quicker than all but a couple or 3 of the DPI cars are circulating right now.
Yeah, that's certainly good going by Mikkel Jensen. 150.1 is fastest lap, but let's put that into perspective. Back in July, Gustavo Menezes turned at 149.6 to set the race lap record in LMP2, which is actually quicker than the qualifying lap record as well. So the fastest lap around here by LMP2, 49.6. So that's the goal here, Mikkel, and or anybody else in the LMP2 field in the remaining hour and 8 minutes of this race. The number 52 car still leads, got a 3-lap advantage or a 2-lap and a bit advantage over Jensen, but Jensen's certainly charging along, as you say. Last lap around, though, for Scott Arthur, it was a 51.1, so he's turning some good lap times in the number 52 car.
Sure, Adam, the problems for the number 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac continues and have worsened. They're back in the pits.
They are back in the pit lane. The engine cover is off. Looked like they were going to replace the rear wing at the same time, but they have been jumped in the pit lane now by their sister car, the 85 JDC Miller Motorsports car. Mateus Lace taking it back out of the pit lane. He is a minute and, well, close to 2 minutes actually down behind Dane Cameron. So now all the hopes of Cadillac rest with him. But Vautier did report that he got hit in the rear and he didn't know why, but that would have caused some damage to the back end of that Cadillac, which clearly Sebastian Bourdais, after going out for a few laps and coming into the pit lane not once but twice, said needed to be fixed. This is a disaster for Cadillac.
No Drivers' Championship, no Manufacturers' Championship at the moment. The way it stands, in comes what was before this weekend the leading Cadillac in the Drivers' Championship, just 2 points off the championship lead. This is the number 10 of Renger van der Zande in the Konica Minolta Cadillac. This car now sitting in 7th place. Leaves with a rumble of the V8. I didn't see Renger get out of that car there, Shit.
That's funny, John. I don't think Renger's going to get out of the car at the end of the race. I don't think he'll ever get out of this car.
He's going to drive it home.
In fact, he's going to drive it clear across the pond all the way back to the Netherlands. Yes, Renger van der Zande would not get out of this car for all the tea in China, as you would like to say.
Well, the incident out on the circuit that the back end of the 5 car was damaged, diving through in the Jean de Bian bend on a looked like the Porsche 912, and then pulling back in front of the GT car. Always an interesting thing to do, I've got to tell you. The new rear end is on that car and it's back out again. The problem being, Jeremy, and we've seen this time and time again, but I'm not apportioning blame at all here, but the minimum corner speeds on the medium and slower corners of the GT cars are as quick and sometimes a wee bit quicker than the downforce, the more downforce dependent prototypes. They've got a wee bit more mechanical grip sometimes, and it's all very well getting by under braking using the downforce, but then pulling back in front of the GT car is not always the smartest thing to do.
No, we've seen that time and time again over the years, haven't we? Yes.
And again, I'm by no means am I apportioning blame there. It's not being looked at by the race control. Meantime, Hardpoint Audi, AudiTyreCentre.com on board again this weekend. Came in partway through the season to Hardpoint, and that number 30 car with Andrew Davis getting out of that car. Shea Adam.
And if you want to talk about a helmet that looks really cool under the black light in a car, Pierre Caffer wins that award with his neon yellow and orange, a little bit of blue on the top of his helmet. It almost looks blue. It's actually black. But that is a very neat look for Pierre Caffer for the next hour and 4 minutes of this race, as he's taken over from Andrew Davis in the Hardpoint Audi. One last set of fresh new Michelin rubber on that car. Hour and 4 minutes?
Yeah.
Ooh, it's going to be close, but I think he can go to the end.
Well, yeah, that my senses just sharpened a little bit when you said that there about whether they could get to the end on that in GT Daytona. Here's the score. The next car in will be the Aston Martin number 23 from 3rd position. And they'll easily be able to go by the time they do their next laps. I think they should be able to go to the end. Then it'll be the Wright Motorsport Porsche, and they should be able to go to the end. the last car to stop of that lead bunch will be the Scuderia Corsa, unless, of course, Jeremy, as the lead car, they cover off the situation that happens behind them with Heart of Racing and Wright Motorsport. If they make their last stop, you might find that the Scuderia Corsa comes in to keep out of that twilight zone that could happen if a safety car comes out.
Yeah, they'll certainly want to come in, I think, and make their final pit stop kind of as soon as they can in order to be able to get to the end without needing another pit stop. So I think that'll be I'm sure that's what they will do. The number 30 car, was in quite a few laps before. It was in a couple of laps before number 23 car on the last stint. And this run, it came in on 262, so it's done, what, 26 laps, number 30 car on this run, on this tank.
Just got a text from Rob Ferriel. Thank you so much for letting us know, Rob. The reason that the hardpoint Audi came into the pit lane wasn't because it was planned to be their last stop, because there was a puncture for Andrew Davis. So they chose to do the last stop now. It's going to be very tight on fuel for them, but they're hoping that Pierre Capper might just be able to find a little bit something extra in that tank up across the line.
I think that's going to be difficult, even for Pierre. Work wonders, but not miracles. I reckon they're going to have a wee splash at the end. So on time, that's going to be tight. Coming down to the last 60 minutes of the 2020 IMSA season, and a bit of a powwow going on and a discussion going on behind the Wayne Taylor Racing pit lane at the moment. Now, what is all that about? The boss is well, they're all WTR staffed by the clothing that they are wearing, Here's how it stands then. Ollie Jarvis is leading the motor race by nearly 30 seconds from his teammate Harry Tinknell. 77 white Mazda from 55 dark red Mazda. Then Dane Cameron in the Acura Team Penske. The 6 car is at the moment doing enough for Acura to win the Manufacturers' Championship, because they've got a full lap on the number 85, which is the best of the Cadillacs. Where is the 85? Just coming through turn 15 at the moment. And the number 6 Penske is, just in front of it, actually. So, well, that's interesting. I wonder if they can get somewhere new. I've got a feeling that Cameron is pulling away, to be honest, in that battle. Bourdais is another 90 seconds further back from Andrews. That's the second of the Cadillacs. Then Felipe Nasser is pitting out of 6th position for Whelen Engineering, ahead of Renger van der Zande for another Cadillac in 7th position. Ricky Taylor is in 8th, and that's enough for them, with that Cadillac only 1 place ahead of them to win the Drivers' Championship. GTLF BMW by 22 seconds from Porsche. Conor De Philippi in the 25 from Nick Tandy in the 911, and Earl Bamber in the 912 is 6 seconds further back. They've got nearly 100 seconds, in fact just over 100 seconds on Jesse Krohn in 4th position. GTD 4.6 seconds from the leading Ferrari of Scuderia Corsa, the 63 car from Wright Motorsports Porsche. There, as I say, 4.5 seconds for the blue number 16. Then Heart of Racing 10 seconds further back, with Roman De Angelis, who is just coming into the pits for his last pit stop, and they should be able to get to the end from there. Assenbach for Riley Motorsports for the moment takes over that position, but will have to make the stop. That's how it stands. We're moving in to the final chapter of the 2020 season and the 68th annual Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. The final hour starts right now. Well, coming up after the race, we'll have Michelin post-race tech. Hashtag Michelin PRT. Have your say. Put your point forward. that GTD battle, Jeremy, is still keeping me interested here. This is going to go down to the wire, I reckon.
Yeah, I think so. The number 63 car, we don't expect to see that onto pit lane for quite some time yet. So this is that's going to maintain its advantage now, but it will still need another pit stop before the end of the race for sure. Currently leads by about 4 seconds over Jan Halen. So that gap has actually extended a little bit over the course of the last half a dozen laps or so, just a little bit. 10 seconds further back in third position now then is Lawson Aschenbach, who's managed to get past Mario Farnbacher. I guess he must have done that 4 or 5 laps, just 2 or 3 laps ago, I think, not quite sure. And he's now pulled away from Farnbacher, but for Farnbacher at this stage he's got the championship pretty much in the bag, so he won't worry about losing the odd position here and there.
When you say pretty much in the bag, Jeremy?
Yes, what I mean by that is he came in here, I think it actually, he came in here with a 7-point edge over the Porsche of car number 16. Currently that car is in second position, so if it finishes second, then the number 86 car needs to finish in the 6th position.
They're on pit lane now in the 86 car for what will be their final stop. They can just about do an hour, so that should be fine for the Acura NSX. What a nice way for MyShank Racing to go out of the GTD class. They'll be running an Acura prototype next year. Now, the question is, when does Jan Halen stop? In the 16, yeah, he's due in any time now as well. And then it's up to the Scuderia Corsa Ferrari when they come in. They don't have to come in right now, but they might choose, as I said, to cover off what's going on behind them.
That's right, John. I think you're absolutely right. But I think now with 56 minutes remaining, I think the number 23, but certainly the number 86 car, didn't need to come in this soon. I don't think. That stop had been, it'd only been a 20 lap stint for number 86 car, so they know they can get to the end from here, come in and make that stop, and then if there's a full course caution before the leaders come in, they're looking good at the front of the field. And the number 23 car was in 1 lap before that, as you were talking about, so I think they could probably make it to the end as well. We're just going to have to wait and see now. Here is number 63 car into the pits to cover off that move.
Yeah, makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, and the 16 as well.
And it'll be a new set of tyres as well, Shay, for those that have saved a brand new set of Michelins to go on for the run to the checkered flag.
Aha, and they did listen to me. They're putting Jeff Westphal back into the 63 Scuderia Corsa Ferrari just to make sure that drive time is safe for both of their drivers at the end of this race. And fuel and tires for the Ferrari. We've seen this story before where Jeff Westphal finishes an endurance race for the Ferrari. That was Petit Le Mans, and they came away with the victory. Also into the pit lane was Jan Halen in the Wright Motorsport Porsche. That driver's side door is open too, so I believe that's Patrick Long getting in for the final stint. And the 74 Riley Technology Mercedes also into the pit lane. Lawson Aschenbach, though, I don't think he's getting out of that seat. I think he did find the super glue as well, John.
Also saw a one-eyed Porsche in the pit lane. That was Earl Bamber in the 912 in from third position and out in the GT Le Mans category. Here's Aschenbach in the pit lane in the 74 Riley Motorsports car shit.
And did he stay aboard? Yes, so fuel and tires for Patrick Long, Jeff Westphal, Lawson Aschenbach, and then of course the lap before was Mario Farnbacher.
So Patrick Long now leading the motor race. They've managed to jump the Ferrari, I think, in the pit lane. Let me check them out on the circuit. And rather annoyingly, they're in a bunch of cars, so I can't spot them on the tracker. but I think Pat Long is ahead of the Ferrari. Also in the pit lane, Connor De Filippi from the lead in GT Le Mans. And that's going to be getting close to that final pit stop as well, Shay.
Yes, and that will be Connor De Filippi staying aboard that car until the end of this race. He got pole position here a couple of years ago, but still hasn't tasted that sweet victory of Sebring International Raceway. Perfect stuff by Bobby Rahals, boys and girls, and the BMW rumbles back down.
Take it all back. The Ferrari is coming through Jean de Bihan down to turn 16 at Le Mans now, and has a couple of corners on Pat Long, who has about 6 or 7 cars lengths on the number 74 of Lawson Aschenbach.
Yeah, there's about 4 seconds between them, John, when they came in for their pit stops.
And I would say there's all of that now, Jeremy. Actually, might even have slightly improved their position.
Probably has.
Yeah,
because the number 16 car had been in 5 laps prior to number 63 on the previous round of pit stops, so the number 16 car would have needed more fuel than the Ferrari. Yeah.
Exactly so, Jeremy. Exactly so. As you pointed out, the 63, in fact, probably none of those guys really needed to come in terms of the fuel line being on. So that was a choice. In and out for Ricky Taylor in the Champions Elect 7 car. They'll need one more stop before the end. They're going to be about 5 minutes short, maybe a little bit more in that car. Well, actually, a bit more than that, because they do just under 40 minutes, don't they? So they're about 10-12 minutes short on that car. So there'll be one final run down the pit lane for Ricky Taylor, wearing his Acura Team Penske race suit. Let's keep an eye then on that battle. Westphal has 11.5 seconds. 11.5 seconds on Pat Long, who's got a second on Lawson Aschenbach. So if it wasn't hard enough for Pat to need to chase down a Ferrari, he's also got to keep a very quick Mercedes AMG GT3 behind him. Then there's another 8 seconds back to the championship leading 86 Acura NSX of Mario Farnbacher. He's got 4 seconds, and this could be important. He's got 4 seconds on the heart of racing Aston Martin, Roman De Angelis, who'll be in full attack mode, trying to catch him up. They've got some points in hand at the 86 Meyershank Racing Acura, but they can't afford to be complacent, Jeremy, in the last 50 minutes.
You cannot know, because a blink of an eye and something can go wrong. You'll be constantly lapping cars in the lead car. You've got a comfortable lead right now, but that's sometimes no easier than if you've got somebody right on your tail, because if you know you've got somebody on your tail, you're concentrating on that. But if you think you're in the clear, then it's easy for your concentration to kind of slip away a bit, at least for me and Morton. So I don't think it's me and Morton driving these cars right now.
No, indeed not. And Lawson Aschenbach has just made life a lot easier for the Acura leading the championship, because he's just gone through into second place ahead of Pat Long into turn 17. The Porsche just going a little bit wide on the bumps, and Aschenbach taking the inside the Renger van der Zande line and squaring off the corner. Pat get a little bit deep into that, yeah, I think he did. And meantime, Ollie Gavin has brought the Corvette Racing into the pits for what should be the last time for that car and for that driver in IMSA, as far as Ollie's Corvette career is concerned.
I think it went back behind the wall though, John. I think I heard the rumble of the Corvette going back to the garage. That might be day done for the number 4.
No, he's gone out. And Sean has gone out of pit lane on my timing screen. In fact,
what was the Corvette that I heard?
That was Jordan Taylor is in the pits.
Might be might have been the Lexus, the number 12. It was definitely a deep guttural sound. Someone went back to the garage, I can tell you that.
Ollie Gavin is definitely moving. He's down by turn 7. Let's see if the number 3 comes out of the pits for Jordan Taylor. Yes, he does. But T-Bell in the Ian Sullivan Lexus has pitted. So, yeah, that's a V8 as well. Meantime, Lawson Aschenbach is on full attack mode. 12.2 seconds behind Jeff Westphal. That's what he's got to make up in the last 48.5 minutes.
Number 86 Acura has come out about 8 or 9 seconds behind Patrick Long in number 16 car. So number 86 for my Shank Racing with Kerbag and Janian. 86 Acura is placed where it needs to be. The Ferrari, having taken on a lot less fuel, number 16 car has extended his lead, as you suggested, John, now to about 11 or 12 seconds. Patrick Long's slipped back a little bit since being overtaken there. And he is about 8 seconds ahead of Mario Farnbacher. Only 2 or 3 seconds behind Farnbacher, however, is Roman De Angelis, who I think a lap or two ago turned that car's best lap of the race.
He certainly did, and he got within about 1.5 seconds, but he's just caught a wee bit of traffic, has Roman, and had to get out of it a little bit, but that car is quick. And he took 0.8 of a second out of Mario Farnbacher last time around. Now, that said, there's still a bit of leeway here for my Shank Racing in that 86 car. They don't have to finish behind Pat Long. De Angelis, I think, could, if my rudimentary arithmetic is correct, could still go through and they would still have the championship. What would be getting a little bit squeaky is if Pat Long starts to get close again to the front 2 cars, as that Porsche seems to be better at the end of its stint rather than the beginning of it. And particularly if Pat Long got to the lead, of course, then that really would be game on. 46.5 minutes to go. Final stop for Brian Sellers in the Paul Miller Racing Lamborghini Huracan. I think they'll be pretty pleased with themselves, Jeremy. They've tried a couple of different strategy plays to get the Michelin Enduro Cup points, as we mentioned in the Porsche Keys to the Race. Didn't quite work for them at the 4-hour, but it was spot on. My goodness, it couldn't have been any closer for them, though, in the 8-hour mark. And they will take the Michelin Endurance Cup provisionally, as we will say unofficially, for the GTD.
Yeah, completely agree with you there, but certainly, you know, I think having won at the Rolex 24 Daytona early in the season, they would love to win this race as well. And that strategy decision they made very early on, I think, ended up being pretty costly in terms of his overall position, perhaps. But you know, maybe they just haven't quite had the pace of some of the other contenders in the race, even the other Lamborghinis, perhaps. But it's still, as you say, you know, the goal coming into this race, the best case scenario is to win the race and the Michelin Endurance Cup, but the primary goal was to clinch that Michelin Endurance Cup, so that they have done, and they're quite committed as well. So hats off to them both.
WWOJ 99.1 FM around Sebring and Central Florida. In North America, Sirius 202 and XM 217. This is IMSA Radio, and it's the home on the World Wide Web for our global, no blocks, no breaks broadcasts. Is RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels, radio-show.co.uk or via IMSA.com. Every hour of every day, IMSA content on RS2. We're into the run to the flag now for the end of the 2020 IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship season and the 68th Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Advanced Auto Parts. Still the side-by-side action going on down the back straight. And that was Mario Farnbacher and Roman De Angelis, I think, side-by-side. The Aston, and one of those dives into the pits, and that will be who then? It was the 2 Porsches that were side by side. Nick Tandy pits from the lead of GTLM, Nick, who was very forceful early on with the bump and run. I think it's going to benefit them as they are a little bit out of kilter. The stripes and stars 911. That incident not even looked at by race control. Definitely contact that gave him a position, although he lost it 2 corners later. Maybe, and again, just playing devil's advocate, maybe that was the reasoning behind that, but don't know. So Tandy stays in the car there and gets fueled to the end of the race. The green marker lights within the headlights coming out of the pit lane.
And then he's going to hand the advantage back to number 25 car.
Yeah.
BMW, I think, will regain the lead now. And the 2 Porsches then will be second and third, and go up about half a minute between the second of the Porsches and the second of the FWs.
And as far as the fuel loads are concerned, Conor De Filippi has been out for 10 minutes and we've got 42 minutes left. So we've seen those cars do 55, 56 minutes. We're waiting for the 24 car to make its last stop. It's due in any time now. So Jesse Cron will have to come in again, and that will mean that the 2 Porsches are fairly comfortable. Filippi and Bamber were just a lap apart on their pit stops. So that's the race right there, and that's 33 seconds, as Jeremy mentioned. So that's comfortable, I think, for Rahal Letterman Lanigan. Best wishes to Bobby Rahal, who was recuperating from a little bit of back surgery in the last few weeks. Hello to Piers Phillips as well, the man at the head of the racing operations of RLL. Hope all well with you and the family, Piers. Decent season for BMW, given the Corvettes a bit of a run in the middle of the season, Jeremy. Porsches, they'll be disappointed. Had the pace, certainly had the pace throughout the season, but haven't had the results to back it up.
Yeah, not until the last couple of races when you know, they did emerge victorious, and they woulda, coulda, shoulda done here perhaps as well. So it's certainly been a good, strong end to the campaign for the Porsche GT team. They're going to be missed next year, no doubt about it. But it's pretty impressive that all 6 full-season cars in all 6 cars in GTLM won one race.
Yeah, that's a good point. Not just the 3 manufacturers, actually all 6 of the cars. So both cars from each of the manufacturers have won a race this season in GTLM. They have very technical cars, of course, and a lot going on with those. And again, kudos to IMSA and the technical team for crunching the numbers on that. The huge amount of data that are collected independently with independent sensors on these cars from IMSA. I tell you what, Jeremy, you know, when we were talking about coming back to racing, I'm wondering what sort of entry we would get. I said at the time I thought if we got anything more than 25 cars at the races, we'd be doing very well indeed. And we've done at least that for all the races since July. And that is an excellent amount of commitment from the teams in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship paddock. We'll discuss that, I'm sure, in Michelin Post Race Tech, hashtag Michelin PRT to IMSA at IMSA Radio. Lead car in for what will now be its last pit stop. Shea Adam?
Yep, fuel and tires for Oliver Jarvis. Last pit stop for the 77 Mazda crew. How many have they done today, you might be asking? Well, 17 previous trips down the pit lane, so that is a lot during the 12-hour contest. Quick clean of the front of that Mazda, just to make sure there's nothing slowing it down. Waiting on fuel nozzle comes out. Away goes the Mazda, 30 seconds stationary. You could not ask for a better stop.
And that should get that car with its VP Racing fuel to the end of the race. And comes back out again on the track.
That's covered any if there is a full course caution now, the number 77 car is good to go. So they were not going to risk getting caught out by a safety car in the latter stages. As soon as they are confident they can get to the end, come in, make the final pit stop, fill up with fuel, off you go over the Giants.
Harry Tinknell still to make his final stop in the sister car. For him to come down the 17th time. Dane Cameron will be coming in as well for his final stop shortly. At IMSA Radio, want to get in touch with us in the last 40 minutes of the season. So, Michelin countdown to green. We spoke about the Porsche keys to the race, be there in the dark. Well, the Mazdas have certainly done that as the number 55 car comes in for its final pit stop. Fairly standard shares, that one's going on down in the pit lane.
Very, very straightforward. I was just quiet because at the end of the stop, right when the work had ended, the car started doing that little creeping forward thing that the Mazdas have been known to do. They're not actually engaged in gear, but the cars themselves just want to get going so badly that they do inch forward ever so slightly. I wanted to make sure it wasn't going to be a penalty, but also into the pit lane, the number 10 Konica Minolta Cadillac, Renger van de Zane is staying aboard for a triple stint in this one. Fuel and tires, nozzle goes out, and Renger has just a second getting back going once again.
I'm going to throw this in. We saw some chatting going on earlier on behind the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac pit, and it was between WTR personnel. It was thrown into the melting pot earlier on by one of our Twitterverse and the collective at IMSA Radio. In front of the number 10, albeit with laps in front of them, we have the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac and the 5 Mustang sampling Cadillac. They're 3 laps ahead of Ryan Briscoe with 35 minutes to go. Clearly Jeremy on pace, that can't be made up. But unless something extraordinary happens at the front of the field, Cadillac aren't going to win the manufacturer's title, but they have it within their grasp as Cadillac to win the Drivers' Championship if they park the 5 and the 31 for 3 laps.
Yes, and we talked about that, didn't we, earlier on?
Yeah, as a hypothetical, you know, it didn't need to happen at that time, but it does now if they're going to take something out of this season.
Yeah, and as I said then, I think it's definitely something they're going to think about doing, because manufacturers' championship is important, and as is the drivers' championship. So, there's a lot of things going through the mind for Wayne Taylor. Kind of a tricky decision in some ways, but of course not in others. He's got fingers in both pies here with moving to Acura next season, and and his son winning the championship. So it's an intriguing prospect.
It's, you know, we've often said about motorsport shaping a team game. There's a couple of teams in there for which there is no love lost between them. However, they wouldn't be benefiting each other at that point. It would be benefiting Cadillac. And as far as we know, both the teams I'm talking about, which is Whelen and Mustang Sampling, will be Cadillac teams next year.
Well, one of them for sure will be. The other one, we don't know anything about their plans, to put it completely bluntly. I can tell you right now, I'm about a football field away from the pit lane, and I can feel the tension from here. It's bad down there right now, and I've got a lot of spies down in the pit lane, and thank you to all of you for relaying this information back and forth. But there are more people not willing to move out of the way than who are willing. There are people down there who feel that if you want to win a championship, you need to earn it. You need to do it over the course of every race, not just one race. So there is a lot of tension down in that pit lane, because even if one car is willing to help, the 10 car does need to get into that 5th position to ensure that it has one more point than the Acura Team Penske entry of the number 7 of Ricky Taylor and Elio Castroneves. It is a very toxic place right now, John.
Yeah, very interesting. It's 3 laps, so it's 6 minutes. And the further you get into the race. Of course, the other thing is you've got to get those 2 Cadillacs back out in front of the number 7 car, but you've got a lap or so in between Ryan Briscoe and Ricky Taylor right now. You've got to start thinking about doing that sooner rather or later, Jeremy, if you're going to do it, because the further you get into the race, the more difficult it is to do, the less time you have to do it. And of course, a safety car at any stage could completely mess your plan up.
Yeah, you know, it's intriguing, isn't it? It really is, because the good news for the number 10 team is they do have a lap on the number 7. But the cars ahead of them, they've all got to lose several laps, which is sort of difficult to orchestrate. And as you say, we're just over half an hour remaining in this race now, and the longer you leave it, certainly the more obvious it is. But it's, you want to make that decision. There's a lot of emotions at play there for all the different team owners involved. They still want to get the best finish they can. Their team. They don't want to give up anything. At least they wouldn't be asked. They're not being asked to give away a win here,
or even a podium.
Or even a podium.
Yeah.
That's right. They're outside of the top 3, and the best of the Cadillacs is 3rd. It's Mazda, Acura, Cadillac. But as we say, that's good enough. Whichever of in terms of the manufacturers' championship, the Acura is still probably going to come out ahead. So for Cadillac, though, they still do have an opportunity here to engineer a drivers' championship, and the Cadillac top brass will be absolutely all for that, of course.
In fact, you've actually got 4 Cadillacs from 4th down to 7th, that number 10 car, and if you could put 3 of those,
it's the obvious thing to do.
Yeah, if you could put 3 of those between the number 10 car and the number 7 car, then it is drivers' championship for Ryan Briscoe and Renger van der Zande. And for those guys, it is important for those guys, because neither of those guys at the moment have got a full-time drive for next year.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it is important. You're always driving for your future. You're only as good as your last race. And if you come over with the championship, even if you're not going to win this race, it's massively important for those drivers. I just as long as there's nothing silly happens out on the racetrack, because we've already seen some pretty daft moves out there today. So at least if they do something in terms of pit stops or slowing down or whatever it is, I don't have any problem with that. I think as you said earlier on, John, it's a team game, it's a team sport, and the Cadillacs are all on the same side.
Steph Neff says, right, you're talking about that at the moment, but who wins the GPI Championship if the finishes they are right now? It's very simple, Steph. At the moment, the 3rd place from the number 6 Acura gives them the manufacturer championship. So the 2 Mazdas 1st and 2nd, Acura Team Penske 3rd, That would give them the manufacturer championship. And even in 7th position for the number 7 Acura, with the number 10 Cunningham and Alder only 1 place ahead of them, they would win by a point as it stands at the moment. That's why we're talking about maybe moving some of those Cadillacs back towards them and letting that number 10 go through. I think what may have been being talked about was whether Wayne Taylor, Jeremy, wants to do that.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, that's kind of yes, and that's tricky for him because you know, he's going to be driving. We talked about earlier in the weekend. Who's that going off through? That's number 77 car.
That's the leader off the road, off the road on the far side of the circuit at turn 13. He's back on there. He had over a half a minute lead back to his teammate, but Jarvis in trouble out in the darkness, and he's got it back.
Not.
He's not right. That car's not right. I don't think it's tracking straight, Jeremy. Now,
Passed by a GTD car, so he's not up to speed at all.
No. Oh, this is absolute disaster for Mazda.
Car just snapped.
It's a rear braking issue or something, maybe a puncture on the left rear, because there was something.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry, John.
No, it's all right, Jeremy.
Didn't they have brake problems? Was that the last race, or fairly recently they had brake problems, didn't they? I seem to recall. I'm not with a very good memory for things like that.
Road Atlanta endurance races, both of them, Jeremy, the 6-hour and Petite Le Mans.
Thank you, Shane. I knew somebody would
Welcome.
remember.
Cruising to a victory. It's a left rear puncture. I thought it was. It's a left rear puncture. I think that let go, and that was causing the issue. So another left rear issue. We've seen a number of them, as right in front of the 912 as well down the pit lane. So that is going to cost Ollie Jarvis, has cost Ollie Jarvis the lead. Tinknell goes through, and there's only another 30 seconds before Dane Cameron comes through for Acura Team Penske. One tyre only. One tyre only. Oh, I never like to see that. Full course yellow is out. Full course yellow is out for the debris. Oh my goodness. It's all on again with under half an hour to go. So off at turn 10 with a tyre that was either going down or flat on the left rear. That's why he couldn't get it stopped. The front brakes were lit up red, but of course the car was unbalanced, so he didn't have all of the wheels on the ground, and he's just lost a lap. No, he hasn't, sorry, that's a replay. My apologies. So he has got back out. 55 is going into the scene of the drama at turn 10. Dane Cameron, the 6 is just coming out and through the kink at turn 8, and the 77 is just going into turn 7. It will be a short yellow.
Yeah.
Short yellow.
Inside the final half an hour.
Yeah.
By 4 or 5 minutes. What a shame we needed to go yellow. I just don't like yellows at the end of the race. It's absolutely necessary. But look, in a dark racetrack, if there's a lot of debris out there, that certainly is a safety factor. So no question, this is the right call.
That is the longest green flag period of the race, Jeremy. 2 hours
just
and
short of
52
3 hours,
minutes. Yeah. And again, I think you'd find it hard to criticise that, as you say, with pieces of carbon fibre and tyre debris on the track. If he'd got that back without the tyre giving way into 17, I think we'd probably have stayed green. But as soon as the tyre exploded and started to take the bodywork off.
And this yellow, John, makes it more difficult now for the Cadillac team.
Yeah.
Because the time is running out in the top grid. It's going to be ticking. And with the number 10 team has got to make up 6 laps, doesn't it? I guess 4 laps anyhow on the number 5 car. It's really just to move up ahead of the number 5.
Does it need to be? I mean, it only needs to be ahead of the 31, doesn't it? Really, it needs to have 2 cars between itself and the 7.
Well, look, if they're tied on points, then the number 17 will win.
Got you. So it needs all 3 of the Cadillacs between it. Yeah. Okay. It all changes again.
Who would have thought it? Who would have thought there'd be a sting in the tail, huh? Anybody who's been paying attention is a short answer.
Anyone who's watched an IMSA race in the last 3, 4, 5, 10, 15 years, it's just been something else this year. Really, really interesting. Anybody who had any worries about fuel, of course, they've just disappeared. The pits will not open, however. So anybody who was hoping to come in, and let me just check about that and see if there's anybody who would have been making their last stop around now. I don't think so. 16, 19. No. Everybody's okay. Hardpoint is the car that's furthest into its run, and they've done 19 laps, which is fine. BMW 15 laps for Conor De Filippi. This will help him get to the end. I thought they might be a tiny bit tight, but I think that'll help them get to the end.
Yeah, except the fact they're going to have the Porsches on their tail.
And that's a very good point, because Nick Tandy has got 5 lap younger tyres, and Earl Bamber has got 10 lap younger tyres than the BMW. Shea.
That's exactly what I was going to say, is what Jeremy just did. There's no helping Conor De Filippi if Nick Tandy is on his tail, the 3-time Sebring 12-hour winner. And for Earl Bamber, well, it doesn't really matter to him if the 912 or the 911 wins, because he's driven both. He would get the trophy anyway.
Yes, good point. That is a good point. I don't think this will take that long, if I'm honest.
Another guy that did not want to see this full course caution is Mario Farnbacher, because he's now going to be kind of vulnerable to anybody behind him.
Like Pierre Caffer and Trent Hindman and Spencer Pumpelly, by any chance?
Yes, I think they're trapped behind the safety car, I believe. So I don't think they shouldn't be a lap behind. So I think they will get the wave around. Indeed, I think that's happening perhaps now. The pass around is happening right now. So they will be. So he'll now have Pierre Caffer, probably Trent Hinman, Spencer Pumpelly, and probably Brian Sellers. I think on his tail at this restart, he's going to be right behind Mario Farnbacher, because that's going to make things very dodgy for Mario Farnbacher. Remember what happened to him at Petit Le Mans?
Yeah, very good point. Very good point. We're blaming Dave Alcock for this, by the way. He was starting to talk about Mazda's first overall victory at Sebring. David, you just know. If Cadillac are going to do this wave by, then after the full course yellow, Steven Simpson, Sebastian Bourdais and Felipe Nasser just need to come into the pits and park up for 3 laps. And then as soon as the 10 car gets close, they start rolling exactly the same way as they were, and get out between them and Ricky Taylor. Taylor won't get the lap back because there will be no pits, and nobody would pit anyway, because everybody's good to go at the end. So there will be a full lap. There is a full lap, should I say, between the Konica Minolta Cadillac and Ricky Taylor. Lights are still on the Corvette safety car. We're down underneath 20 minutes for the 2020 season. WWOJ 99.1 FM around the circuit in Central Florida, across North America on Sirius 202, XM 217, and around the world with our streaming audio with IMSA Radio on channel RS2. 24 hours a day, every day of the week, and every week of the year there's IMSA content on RS2. coming up to, in fact, just after 10 minutes before 10 in the evening in Central Florida. Don't forget, Monday we'll be in sound and vision again on the Haggerty community pages for the 25th hour. God, goodness me, we've got plenty to discuss on that. Before that, it's Michelin Post Race Tech, hashtag Michelin PRT to @IMSA Radio. Lights are out, we'll go green at the end of this run. Tinknell, Cameron, Jarvis in a three-way battle for the lead. Then Simpson, Bourdais and Nasser, what do they do? Are they going to be given orders from their manufacturer, not their team? Well, well, well. 912 is stuck, by the way, behind a gaggle of cars, which is way back on the circuit. So that's not going to help Porsche. They're in behind David Hennemar Hansen, and they're just about going to get onto the back of the train as we go back to green flag. Might give them a little bit of extra tyre temperature. Harry Tinknell comes back to the line, under 18 minutes to go. Another green flag, another run to the checker. Let's hope it's all green from here, and the 2020 season comes down to 17 minutes and 36 seconds at the green flag at the Sebring. 12 hours of Sebring at the Mobil 1, 12 hours of Sebring. And a good start by Harry Tinknell has seen him at least pull out a wee bit of breathing room to the accurate in second, but then the battle's on. Ollie Jarvis, redemption for the 77 potentially after that puncture, and off has gone the 63 car. That's the leader in GTD. Out of turn 1 into turn 2, a schmozzle from the GT cars, which of course are all mixed in, and there was contact there, was there? Oh, it was very tight indeed with the GT Le Mans cars, and oh yeah, there was contact. That was the 74 car, Aschenbach, into the, I think the BMW, the GT Le Mans BMW, and then he planted that perfectly like a snooker plant or a billiards plant onto the leader in class. So Aschenbach goes through into the lead, but must surely get a penalty for incident responsibility, and that was 2 leaders with 1 shot for Lawson Aschenbach. High value trick shot in billiards, not so good on the racetrack. Jeremy Shaw.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at the, I didn't see the replay very clearly, but
2 class leaders out of this race. Right rear puncture for the 25 of Conor de Filippi. Nick Tandy inherits the lead with Earl Bamber in second for Porsche in their final run. Is this the fairy tale they were looking for? Guy Cosmo pits for Performance Tech before the end of the race. Aschenbach is in the pit lane. I think he's got damage. No, he did get a drive-through. Called very, very quickly. Very, very quickly by race control. Good job for them on that. Having said that, 2 class leaders with 1 move. Goodness me. And that puts Pat Long in the lead of the race with Roman Angelus, who's got past Mario Farnbacher for Aston Martin, but Farnbacher with that goes up into 3rd. Is that enough for the championship?
Yes, he's got a 7-point edge over Patrick Long, so if he can finish within a couple of positions of him, that should be good enough.
It's not all over yet though. Who's next back up? Pierre Caffer, I think, was in a separate group of cars, so he might be a bit further back and might not be able to influence this. Lawson Aschenbach is out and will have his dander very well and truly up, and wanting to get back onto the pit lane, onto the podium, as will Jeff Westphal, of course. He's only 4 seconds behind Mario Farnbacher. Ferrari has been quick, and Jeff Westphal will be fuming that he was bumped out of the lead.
It's very, very unlike Lawson Archbacher, isn't it? Because he's generally known as a pretty straight shooter in my estimation and my observation. So that was very unlike him. But did the GTLM car kind of pull in front of him? I was only kind of, I didn't see it particularly clearly. Was he taken by surprise by the GTLM car?
No, I think he was trying to follow him through down the inside of turn 3, actually, Jeremy.
Yeah.
And because he was behind, originally he was behind the leader and then pulled out to the left-hand side. This is the Lawson Aschenbach Riley I'm talking about here. Riley AMG. BMW was making his way through. That is the disadvantage, Jeremy. You've talked about it many times, about mixing up the GTDs and the GT Le Mans after the safety car restart. There's a class split at the front of the field, but not anywhere else. And you have all kinds of cars mixed up in the line. Aschenbach's back in the pit lane, by the way. That may be then an issue for that car. So what a shame, because that was a great run. They're looking at the splitter on that car. Shea Adam with this VP Racing Fuel update. It doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't. The mechanic actually got down on his knees and looked up close at the hood and then waved his arms as if to say, nope, we're not going back out. It's going to be a retirement with just on 12 and a half minutes left in the race.
And with only 12 and a half minutes in the race, John, I think it's probably too late now for Cadillac to do anything to help the number 10 car move up forward. He's now, 4 laps behind the number 31 car and a number 5, and got many more laps. We've got maybe 6 laps to go, but if they're going to do that, they're going to have to do it pretty darn quickly.
I don't think they're going to, and I kind of respect them for that as well. I don't think I would have criticised them if they had done it, particularly given some of the circumstances that has been going on. Who's that through the pit lane? That was Conor De Filippi coming back out again. He'll hold on to the 3rd position, I think, in GT Le Mans. I can see that both ways for Cadillac, Jeremy. But I think it's a manufacturer, not a team. If they were team cars, I think it would be a far easier choice, and it would have happened. But as a manufacturer with independent teams, it's hard for you to say, oh, come on, we need to favour this team over you guys. Yeah, it's been a long, hard season, particularly long, hard season this year. But I think as a manufacturer, that's probably a good decision. If the teams had got together themselves and talked about a different matter, but I don't think you can demand that of your customer teams, can you?
I agree.
So Mazda 1st and 3rd, but Ollie Jarvis having a cracking scrap with Dane Cameron. Now, what Dane can't afford to do is fight so hard that he ends up in the barrier or allows any issues so that he loses the position ahead of the hordes of Cadillacs in terms of the manufacturers. So Ollie Jarvis I'm sure they'll have been on the phone to him saying push like mad, because he's not going to fight you that hard. 3rd's fine for Acura Team Penske, but in the gravel or in the wall is absolutely not.
That's exactly right. If you can't win the race, 2nd or 3rd really doesn't matter, does it, to Acura Team Penske? It's the final race for that team in its current guise in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. It was looking good for a win for an awful long time in this race, but now it's a long shot. He's now with less than 10 minutes remaining in this motor race, so you're absolutely right. He's got the primary concern now for Dane Cameron is to make sure that he doesn't end up the road.
I do have one question. You don't have to be running. This is not Le Mans, so you don't have to be running. I say I have a question. I'm fairly certain, I know the answer to this, but I should vocalise this. That's what I want to do. You don't have to be running at the end of the race to get your point. So actually, Ricky Taylor could pull the car in now and polish it up in the pit lane and get his feet up and start celebrating.
Correct. And to be perfectly honest, when cars are disqualified, they're moved to the back of the class. So if you start the race, if you cross the start-finish line, you are automatically guaranteed a minimum of last place points, which is what we saw play out at WeatherTech Race for Laguna Seca 2 years ago, when 2 cars did cross the start-finish line and then retired due to severe damage, but 1 car didn't even make the start-finish line and therefore didn't gain any points.
Yeah, João Barbosa, wasn't it?
Yep.
Who got the wrong side, literally was the wrong side of the line. And you got to wonder if he'd known that, if he would have backed the car into first gear and struggled over the line. Wasn't a pretty bad shape?
Yeah. It wasn't moving, was it, that car?
No.
Rightly.
Absolutely right. So many of you in Europe have stayed with this just after 3 a.m. in the morning. Under 10 minutes now. WWOJ 99.1, thank you for your airwaves this weekend. Sirius 212, XM 217, thank you for your airwaves for the whole season and for the last few seasons as well. Michelin post-race tech to come. Hashtag Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio. Harry Tinknell, 8 seconds to the good. Ollie Jarvis, half a second away from making it a 1-2 in the last race that we will see 2 Mazdas racing in IMSA. They go down to 1 car next year. At the front of GT Daytona, Pat Long and Wright Motorsports have picked their way through the GTD carnage in some respects. And yet we have still got 7 cars on the lead lap in GTD, quite remarkably. It looks like Porsche are going to sign off with a first and a second in GT Le Mans, and Nick Tandy, Fred McAfee and Earl Bamber will stand on the top step, while Earl Bamber, Lawrence Vanto and Neil Janney would stand on the second. Is that 1 foot on either step for Bamber? I suppose it has to be. So Bernd Schneider do that once. It was more difficult for him because he was second and third. So trying to stand with 1 foot on each of the steps meant he was sort of having to do an uncomfortable gymnastic manoeuvre whilst he was waiting to be handed his trophies. Although in fairness, he's still very flexible even at his age. Lead crosses the line. Tinknell still 8.8 seconds at the front of the field.
Yeah, Oliver Jarvis kind of frustrated. He's so close.
Right there.
Just a tenth of a second behind him. Right behind him. If not even alongside him, at a tenth of a second. That is super close.
Yeah, that is the battle.
Number 7 car still running in the 8th position. It's 7 laps off the pace, but right now it's where it needs to be.
Goes under the walkover bridge down towards turn 7. That battle for second place, less than half a second now. Absolutely amazing. It was a tenth of a second. The 6 car, they're in a bit of traffic as well, actually, because they have ahead of them Ryan Briscoe in the number 10 car, plus they've got the 85 of Stephen Simpson. So there's a couple of Cadillacs there, right in front of the number 6 Acura, which at the moment is winning the championship for manufacturers in DPI for the Acura brand. Unfortunately for Stephen Simpson, and indeed for Cadillac, there's nobody near. Stephen Simpson's nearly a full lap away from that number 6 car. He's just ahead of him, but effectively 3 3/4 miles behind in terms of the timing and scoring. Another lap completed for the Salt Red Crystal number 55. Mazda's colour, the colour of Mazda Sport as well down through the years, that dark red. Almost looks inky black at times, and then the sun shines on it and it comes to life. 4.5 minutes to go, Jeremy.
Yep, and I suppose I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything because it's going to be 3 more laps, I guess, for the leaders as they Head off around here. GTD, there's still only Pat Long leads by a couple of seconds. Actually, they've actually stretched out a little bit now, the GTD leader. So Patrick Long, I think, has got this pretty much under control. The Heart of Racing Aston Martin in second position is going to be fairly comfortable at the moment, because Mario Farnbacher in third place. He doesn't want to press the issue, and the good news for Farnbacher is that Jeff Westphal is still 3 or 4 seconds behind, having been punted out of the lead shortly after that restart. So the number 16 car is leading, and he came here with a 7-point advantage over number 16. If they stay as they are, that margin will be reduced by 5, not 7, which is what the number 16 car needs. So number 16 car needs Jeff Westphal to catch up and pass Mario Farnbacher.
Yeah, he's matching the times at the moment, but he's not gaining. There's lots of traffic out there though, and prototypes coming through, many a slip, etc, etc. 3 minutes to go on the season. Michelin post-race tech to come. 3 minutes to go on the 68th Mobile One 12 Hours of Sebring, presented by Advanced Auto Parts. 3 minutes to go for Harry Tinknell and for Mazda with a 9-second lead.
So it will be 2 more laps.
In the 4 major endurance races that we have had this year, in GTD shape, there's been no clear dominant manufacturer.
No, kind of interesting. If it stays the way it is right now, Patrick Long, Porsche, and Wright Motorsport win at Sebring. It was Ferrari, Scuderia Corsa winning at Petit Le Mans. It was Acura and Meyer Shank Racing winning at the 6 hours at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and Palmer Racing and Lamborghini winning at the 24 hours of Daytona. And I'm trying to remember the last time we had a season where 4 different manufacturers and 4 different teams won all of those major races. I don't think it's happened since the merger.
Well, that's
Either show you. I have to look that up, but even more remarkably, Porsche, that would be the 6th different manufacturer to win this season in GTD as well.
It's brilliant, isn't it? Really is good. Just by the way, to tidy up that last full course caution, Lawson Aschenbach did take the number 74 Riley AMG GT3 Mercedes behind the wall, so that car will drop down to 9th position, having been battling for the lead in GT Daytona. 3.75 miles of the historic Sebring International Raceway is what stands between Harry Tinknell, Mazda Motorsports and the 55 team in taking this blue ribband race and putting Mazda's name up on the pit building as an overall winner. This is the final lap, not only of the Mobile One 12 Hours of Sebring for 2020, but of the season. A new year in 2021 will see a huge amount of change, and moving towards more in 2023 with a new top class of motor racing to take over from the solid grounding and super entertainment that we've seen from this Daytona Prototype International category. And it looks like championships in manufacturers and drivers for Acura, coming the way of Acura Team Penske. Elio's first championship with the Penske organisation, and his last race for them here in IMSA, and Penske's last outing as well. Not without controversy, drama, not just here, but throughout the second half of this 2020 season. Take nothing away from the 55 crew. Mazda Motorsports, Multimatic, come through the final corner, and at 11.5 minutes past the hour of 10 o'clock in Central Florida, Mazda win Sebring and the Mobile 112 hours for 2020. Dane Cameron in second, just ahead by about a second of Ollie Jarvis for Mazda in third. Cameron then securing with the 16 the Manufacturers' Championship for Acura, and Ricky Taylor crosses the line in 7th position, and that will give the 7 crew the Drivers' Championship. Ricky Taylor and Elio Castro Neves. Jeremy Shaw.
Brilliant race. Brilliant race. So it's a shame we had all those incidents towards the end. Perhaps they've broken up somewhat, but Mazda's been strong all day long. Yeah, they might have had some good fortune here, but they've also had some bad fortune, misfortune, because the number 77 car was looking in control of proceedings until the late stages. They had that drama. There must have been a lot of heavily crossed fingers in that number 55 car towards the end of this race, but Mazda has really deserved this victory here today at Sebring, a tremendous motor race, and hats off also. It's good to see that honours being shared. Number 7 car comes away with the championship. They won more races than everybody else, so from that point of view, they certainly deserved it. And in the Michelin Endurance Cup also, the number 10 team comes away at least with that championship, so always not for nothing.
And crossing the line right now, waiting for Nick Tandy. Here he comes down the front straight, and Porsche sign off with a 1-2 in GT Le Mans. The 2 BMWs have already finished, but they won't be categorised on the lead lap, and Tandy pulls up on the hallowed concrete of the start-finish line and reprises his huge burnout that he did at Talladega in the Coca-Cola Porsche at the end of last year after the final race at Petit Le Mans. And Earl Bamber, not to be outdone, coming home in second, does exactly the same thing as the Porsche GT team. Sign off with a 1-2 sweep. In GT Daytona, it's another Porsche victory there, but Wright Motorsports will come up 2 points short of the championship. Heart of Racing and Roman De Angelis with Ian James and the rest of the team. Darren Turner drafted in there. They come second. That, I think, their best result for the Aston Martin Vantage 23 team. Mario Farnbacher brings home the Acura NSX number 86 for Meyer Shank Racing as Meyer Shank sign off from GTD, and that's enough for them to take the championship. There's a lot of good news, good stories, and there'll be a lot of smiles, Jeremy, on all of the podiums this year.
Yeah, there will. It's been a tremendous season of racing all the way around, and that number 17, gosh, what a topsy-turvy year they have had. Just no luck on all the first 3 races. Finished last in the first 2, and then one away from the end in the next one. But since then, that has been the class of the field. They've had pole positions. The car's been fast. The drivers have done a really good job. They've had some luck on their side. But they've come away with the championship. It's ironic that today they should finish as they did at the Rolex 24 at Daytona with an 8th place finish, but it's good enough. What went in between has been good enough for the championship.
3rd consecutive Sebring 12-hour win for Nick Tandy and Fred McAfee. That's something to sign off on as well. And that glorious flat 6 GT Le Mans engine, the 4.2 almost litre engine. We'll not hear that next year, so if you're trackside at the moment, listen to that and savour it. Stars and Stripes, thank you, livery. And a lap of honour for what has been a brilliant run for the Porsches down through the years. Big supporters of IMSA from the ALMS days onwards, and they will be missed for next year. Our thanks to WWOJ 99.1 FM, to Sirius and XM 202 and 217, and of course to every one of our technicians at the track in Charlotte and of course in London. What a season. If you're on RS2, stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment or two after we've taken a breath, as we have Michelin post-race tech at Michelin PRT Acura take 2 championships in DPI. It's Corvette in GTLM and Meyershank Racing with Acura in GT Daytona. A quick mention as well for LMP2, PR1 Matheson Motorsport taking the victory here ahead of Tower and Performance Tech, Jeremy. Lovely run for the number 52 car.
Yeah, it has been a flawless run for them all day long. I don't think anything went wrong with that team. There was one driver wrong
through, yeah.
Patrick Kelly, yeah, but other than that, they've been the class of the field. I mean, the other cars have been competitive. It was a good race in LMP2. Yeah, there was only a couple of laps between them at the end, despite the problems for that number 8 team. They did really well to come back from that to finish just 2 laps behind the Tower Motorsports by Starworks entry. So yes, it has been a good race.
2 Porsches signing off with immaculate donuts on the far side of the track. Brittany Tandy is now breathing again after Nick, her husband, has taken the hat-trick of victories. Stay tuned. We'll wrap all this up with your questions and points of view. Hashtag Michelin PRT. Michelin PRT at IMSA Radio. Michelin Post Race Tech follows right away. Michelin Post Race Tech at the end of the Mobile One 12 Hours of Sebring for 2020, which has ended the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and indeed all of the IMSA Championship seasons, bar the Prototype Challenge. Jeremy Shaw and Shea Adam with me in the Haggerty Global Broadcast Centre. Hashtag Michelin PRT. Let's start off, Jeremy Shaw, unofficially with the points calculations, just to put, if you will, just to underline what we've been talking about for the last few hours.
Yeah, just super tight in DPI. After 9 races, Elio Castroneves and Ricky Taylor have 265 points. Ryan Briscoe and Rengo van der Zande have 264. Jonathan Bomarito and Harry Tinknell with the win today will move up into 3rd position on 260, so not far out at all, and they will move ahead, I believe, of Pipo Durrani, who will have 258. In the Manufacturers' Championship, of course, with Acura finishing ahead of Cadillac, that means that Acura will win the Manufacturers' Championship by a single point. So not a good day for Cadillac, unfortunately. They come in here, with high expectations for the championship, for both championships, and it all went away from them. In the GTL, LMP2 was already won by PR1 Matheson Motorsports and Patrick Kelly. Hats off to them for a really great season. GTLM, no change there in the drivers' points. Actually, there is some change because the number 24 team of Jesse Krohn and John Edwards, they will move ahead of the Corvette Racing car number 4. So it'll be 351 points for Corvette car number 3. That's Antonio Garcia and Jordan Taylor, already crowned as drivers' champions. 2nd place, though, will be number 24 BMW of Jesse Krohn and John Edwards. 3rd in points, Oliver Gavin and Tommy Milner. And if we've got a moment in GTD, again, super tight at the front. Mario Farnbacher and Matt McMurray will win by 2 points over Ryan Hardwick and Patrick Long, so Acura over Porsche. And in the Manufacturer Championship, Acura have cemented that with the 2nd place finish today. And Porsche, with the victory, will move ahead of Lexus, which for the 2nd week running had just a dismal day. Everything that could go wrong did go wrong. So by my reckoning, Porsche will have 291 points. That's 10 behind Acura, but 1 ahead of Lexus.
And just for the sake of probity, the Michelin Endurance Cup was settled as well today. 4, 8 and 12-hour points. However, we had some at 4 sorted and some at 8 sorted, Jeremy.
Yeah, so the number 10 team, that's the consolation for this weekend, Konica Minolta Cadillac Racing, Ryan Briscoe and Renger van der Zedner, they will take home the Michelin Endurance Cup over the actually, I need to figure that out. I think probably I need to figure that one out.
So who was second?
To be perfectly honest, I haven't done that. Who was second? Yeah, but Cadillac. Yeah, I'll need to figure the rest of those ones out. In the LMP2 class, Simon Trummer will win that, and again for PR1, Simon Trummer this time, not Patrick Kelly, will win that championship. But PR1 Matheson Motorsports will win the team championship. In GTLM, where is my table? That has been clinched by the number 24 BMW, so a very good day for BMW team RLL. In GTD, the championship clinched by Paul Miller Racing with a Lamborghini, and Lamborghini already had tied up the manufacturers championship in GTD.
Thank you, Jeremy. For those of you watching the pictures on IMSA.tv, we'll take our leave of you now with the formalities about to take place. Thank you to everybody at Sebring. Wayne Estes and the crew once again have done a great job. Tyler Norling, Tyler, all you and your team, thank you for the season. Your support has been invaluable. We'll hand over the PA at Sebring now for the formalities and the presentations. So let's get into the talking points. Michelin Post Race Tech, hashtag Michelin PRT, and just a quick note for the season, I think. Let's start out with the positives. Jeremy, the season, it happened. It possibly couldn't have. At one stage, we got it up and running, a little bit of creative thinking by the tracks, by the teams, by IMSA, but we got through to a season. Finishing at Sebring felt a little bit odd, but do you know what? I quite like that.
Well, it certainly was an exciting race. It had a little bit of everything, didn't it? It had drama, it had great racing, it had super competitive fields. And it was a great day. I mean, the weather was absolutely perfect. We had a few little minor sprinkles at one stage, but that was it. And with the tropical storm having moved through not too long ago, there was fears, I think, earlier in the week that it might be super wet and really, really nasty, but it wasn't at all. The weather was perfect. A good crowd on hand. Great to see fans here at Sebring International Raceway, and I think we're all treated to a tremendous day of racing.
Shea, Adam, I'll ask you your thoughts about the season in a moment, but what a win today. A lot of people rooting for Mazda. Didn't get the 1-2, but they did win the race.
Yeah, and I can finally say this, and Harry Tinknell will thank me later because I'm sure he can still hear me. Harry, you've now won the 24 Hours of Le Mans and the 12 Hours of Sebring in the same year. Congrats. That's a pretty cool accomplishment. He won Le Mans earlier in the year, the second class win that he's had there in a different category, and now he's won Sebring overall. So that's not a bad year when you look back on the record book, 2020 for Harry Tinknell.
Yeah, that is